Hello, I'm Mr. Beat, and this is
B.
my significant other, and we are both here to celebrate Selection Sunday. You thought I was going to say St. Patrick's Day because it's also St. Patrick's Day. We celebrated that earlier, and by going to a parade. What do you think we did? Come on now, get your heads out of the gutters. Anyway, so this is Selection Sunday, which means that the NCAA, their college basketball Division One people, they picked 64 teams. Well, really 68 teams, but to compete in a tournament, a single elimination tournament. And that's the playoffs for college basketball. It's always a fun time. CBS calls it March Madness, and so we are stealing from that for what we're doing, which we did the same thing last year. If you recall, last year we had March Madness American Presidents Edition. This year we have March Madness Significant Americans in History Edition, excluding presidents. And we're doing it differently this year. Like last year, if you recall, also I seeded all of the presidents. You know, like clearly Abraham Lincoln's the number one seed, and George Washington's the number one seed, and James Buchanan is the lowest seed, which it didn't. There hasn't been 64 presidents, so I also had to it was challenging making the bracket, but we can have an even 64 historical figures for this, and so that's what. You want to explain what this thing is here?
No,
what is this thing?
The brackets.
The brackets. It's the official bracket. And this will be posted regularly on social media as well. Can you see that?
It's kind of hard to see.
March Madness Historically Significant Americans Edition. Yeah. And so we've got it. It's completely blank. We're going to fill that out in this live stream tonight. Aren't you excited?
I'm excited.
Oh, she's not really that excited. But you're excited. And you know who else is excited? I found some other political science junkies. I was going to say dorks, but they're really cool people, way cooler than me. So if you haven't been following me that closely, I've been on a couple of different podcasts recently. And the first podcast I was on was called The Story of Us. We have Smith from The Story of Us here with us tonight to help us fill out this bracket. And we also have the boys from FDR's Wheelchair. It's a politics podcast. So Dave and Brandon from FDR's Wheelchair. Before I bring them on, though, I assigned them homework. But I think they had fun with this homework because they all filled out their own bracket like I did. And they just filled out hey, they thought of 64 significant Americans in history. And I was like, oh, if they seeded them, how, who would be the number one seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, etc. And then we were going to bring all our brackets or what we came up with tonight. And if we're noticing that, oh, there's some overlap, then that means it goes on the official bracket. And then when this is all filled out, then it's up to you, the viewer or listener. And you have to vote on winners, just like we did last year with the president's bracket. You'll vote for winners in my Discord server, which Mrs. B just pinned the invite to the Discord server if you're not on there already. It's a wonderful community. I highly recommend you check it out. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring everyone else on here now. You can unmute your mics, and here we go. Yeah, there they are. All right,
what's up, guys.
Let's start with Danny. If you want to. If no one has heard of your podcast, how would you describe your podcast to?
Sure. Thanks first off, thanks for having me on. I've watched so many of your videos, and it's just an honor to be here. So I'm super psyched. I'm Smith from the Story of Podcast, and each week we take a historical topic, and we, myself and my co-host, we research it independently. We don't share any information with each other. And then we come back, and as we record the episode, it's our first discussion on everything we have found based on that story. And it's everything from interesting historical stories. We do a lot of the old crypto stories and, you name it, we talk about it, and it's a good time. We haven't pigeonholed ourselves, and we've been lucky enough to have Mr. Beat on our show twice already, which has been an awesome honor. So appreciate it, Mr. Beat. Appreciate it, man.
It's always a good time. Yeah,
buddy.
Thanks for being here, Danny, and also or Smith. Sorry, Smith. And then
either one works. I've been called a lot worse.
Brandon and Dave from FDR's Wheelchair, if you want to introduce yourselves in the podcast.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having us on again. Like Smith said, I'm Dave, and this is Brandon right here. And we're just really happy to be part of this. We're real excited. Been talking about it all day long. But FDR's Wheelchair, we are an irreverent comedy-based podcast. We lean to the left, but, we are very inclusive of everybody, and we love a good hot topic conversation. We've been doing this for about 3 years now. We've been good friends for about 10 years. And this was Brandon's creation, his idea, his concept. And he was kind enough to invite me on a few years ago. So what else do you have to add about FDR's Wheelchair?
Because political comedy podcast has never, ever been done before.
Never.
I don't have a podcast. And I love the backdrop that you all have. Chief Justice is spelled correctly. Okay, don't.
Yeah. That was back in the low budget days.
Yep.
Yeah. We have fun coming up with episode titles, so as you can see,
Great googly moogly.
All right. Well, so before we start filling this bracket out, and also audience, we are going to get your input as well. I'm already seeing some suggestions. I threw it out to social media a few days ago, and I already got a lot of more. Like, it made me question my own bracket after I saw that, to a certain extent, anyway. So yeah, Smith wanted to explain, how did you determine your 64 most significant Americans in history?
It was a list and a dartboard, and I just threw. No, my view, I went real cultural. So, a lot of my picks, I felt had, very deep cultural connections as far as influence in that area. Obviously I do, I have a lot of, I've got politicians on there as well. But, I think most of my focus was on a lot of cultural figures. I've always subscribed to change happens, on the streets and in the street corners rather than, in the corner offices, and so I went to see, that's really where my focus was, who were the normal folks that went up there and did some incredible things and really influenced America and changed some things. So that was my approach.
All right. And Brandon or Dave?
Yeah, I think influence was the number one factor. Influence and effect, whether it was intentional or unintentional. I have some unintentional people in there, but people who just created some level of change, long-lasting change. And I also kind of thought a lot about diversity as well. Not just racial, ethnic diversity, but also diversity of, political, science, sports, cultural, like Smith just talked about.
Yeah, I looked at Dave's list and I tried to do the exact opposite of everything he did. So.
Good.
Which means his list will be pretty darn good. Let me tell you.
Seriously, I looked at it and I tried to look at name recognition, effect, and then things that really carried on throughout our history. So if you had an effect in the 50s, but it stopped there, I was kind of like, but if it's something that you did back then that carried on over and you had name recognition in the cultural zeitgeist, then it was, I kind of moved you up the ranks.
Yeah.
How do you determine yours?
Oh, well, thanks for asking. Yeah. I mean, really, politicians get too much attention, even though I say that's what I'm most interested in learning about. I mean, so this was actually really good for me to kind of expand my horizons, because a lot of times it's innovators, it's scientists, it's writers. You're just straight up writing one book that is so influential. There's one book in particular that you probably already know what I'm talking about. Just that person writing that one book automatically made them like on this bracket, in my opinion. And then I think to a certain extent also entertainers and athletes because they're inspirational figures. I even had a lot of folks say Michael Phelps needs to be on this list, and like Tom Brady. Even I was like, wow. I mean, these are I wasn't expecting that, but so
No one knows what book you're talking about, including me.
well,
Tell me. What are we talking about?
it's the little book that started the whole war, the American Civil War. Does that ring a bell?
Yes. So you're the little lady that started this war,
Yeah.
I might have that one high too, I think.
She made my list.
Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Oh, okay, someone
Yep.
said that. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, look at
Yeah.
you. A lot of we got Swifties already. Hoping that Taylor Swift makes it. I can't guarantee that. Okay, so I know this is Wikipedia, but this is just so we can have a reference to like because a lot of you watching or listening may not know who we're talking about. That's okay. Also, I want to, before I even like speak, let's just search it on Wikipedia. There is this thing I want everybody to be aware of called Great Man Theory. And the Great Man Theory is an approach to the study of, I'm just reading this verbatim from what it says.
Okay.
The Great Man Theory is an approach to the study of history popularized in the 19th century, according to which history can be largely explained by the impact of great men or heroes. We're not trying to do that tonight. We're just having a little fun, okay? I just want to make sure this is clear. Plus there's plenty of women that are, I hope, on your brackets.
Binders.
If not,
Binders full.
you got binders full of women?
They don't know.
No comment.
All right. Okay, yeah. So you can let's go ahead and reveal our number one seeds. So let's start with I guess, yeah, go ahead, Smith. If you want to, who are your number one seeds?
Okay, you want all of them? Here we go. I've got number one. I got 4 number one seeds. So my first was Martin Luther King Jr. I think that just kind of goes without saying. The man was just incredible and literally died, for his beliefs and the things that he has done. My next number one seed is the OG American, known as the first American, Benjamin Franklin. My next number one seed might be a little bit of a dark horse, but I went Ruth Handler, who is the inventor of Barbie. I honestly, I thought that was a massive influence on the United States. I figured, that's pretty big. Barbie's a big one. And my fourth number one seed is Norman Borlaug. Was a scientist, helped, bring, he was a geneticist, a scientist, agronomist, and that he helped really essentially save over 1 billion people on the planet, basically, and bringing sustainable wheat, as well as disease-resistant wheat to countries like Pakistan, India, as well as Mexico. So those are my 4 number ones.
I had 2 of those on my bracket. Oh gosh, okay, but yeah, the 2 MLK and Ben Franklin were also one seeds for me too. So, what about you guys? FTR's wheelchair.
Go ahead.
All right. So Smith, I also had Norman Borlaug as my number one.
Ooh,
I think saving 1 billion people is pretty up there. And again, as one of the things I said was it carries on. So his legacy, it's going to go way into the future.
Sure.
Green Revolution, baby.
Yeah.
Yep.
My other number one was Oppenheimer. Because I think that, again, I don't think any one singular thing is nuclear. The nuclear power is going to dictate foreign policy forever.
Sure.
And that's a huge amount of responsibility for one man that brought in the nuclear age. And then I had MLK and Ben Franklin. So thanks, Smith. Thanks for ruining that and taking my
No,
thunder.
that's good. That makes it easier to fill out this official bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah, that helps out a little bit.
So MLK, Benjamin Franklin are on mine. I actually though have the real Barbie as my number. Just kidding. That's Alexander Hamilton.
Yep.
He would have been president if he was a natural born citizen. His influence over the Federalist Party and the development of the Treasury Department really kind of got the nuts and bolts of this country running, for better or worse. And then my other number one is also from early American history, Thomas Paine. Between the influence that the Boston Massacre engraving had and Common Sense, just that communication tool that got, he's old school social media. He was like the ultimate social media guru of the time and convinced people that it was time for revolution. So those are my four.
Good picks.
Wonderful.
Got
Yeah.
me?
I had Alexander Hamilton as the number one seed, Martin Luther King Jr., also Benjamin Franklin, and John Marshall was my other number one seed. Being the Supreme Court guy who, I focus a lot on Supreme Court at my channel.
So no presidents, but plenty of precedents.
Oh,
My last joke. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Review.
I affectionately call John Marshall Lil John, and everyone's like, "Why?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I just something I started when I started teaching seventh graders in the year 2011, and then I just kept doing it." So, we have to put. It looks like we have to put Ben Franklin and Martin Luther King Jr. for sure.
Sure.
So we'll put those up first. So if you want to put Ben Franklin here, number one. The other one that two of us had as the number one seed was Alexander Hamilton.
Are you writing the whole name? Or...
Yep. She's really nervous about this. But she has better handwriting than me. Alexander Hamilton if you didn't have him as a number one, what did you have him ranked?
Who was that again?
Hamilton.
I'm kidding.
Who's that?
I had him ranked number 4. I had him as a ranked number 4.
You had him as a 4 seed?
Mm-hmm. I had him as a 4 seed.
How dare you? Okay. All right. What? Anyone else? There was one other person that didn't have.
Brandon, did you have him on there?
I didn't have him on.
You didn't have him on at all.
Yep.
Okay, so to me, that's a sign that we need to leave. He's not a number one seed then. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Don't forget put
Go, Brandon.
MLK Jr. right
You
here.
already broke the bracket.
It's on the first seat. I'm pretty good.
No, this is great. This is why we do this. Okay, so we'll hold off on Alexander Hamilton and also kind of see. We're looking at what the chat's saying too. Now, two of you also said somebody who I didn't have on my bracket, and that was Norman Borlaug. I totally forgot about him, and many people do. Pretty big deal.
Sure.
I would say that he has to be up there for sure. Yeah, let's see.
Well, I mean, it's a similar situation to Hamilton, right? Where we had 2 on and 1 off, so he's gonna be in the same kind of bracket as Hamilton, I would imagine, right? The same. It's kind of holding off, and we'll see.
I would say
so.
Yeah. So the other thing is, did anyone else have Ruth Handler on your bracket? Okay, so I didn't either. So yeah, that's gonna bump
That's
her
my
down.
dark horse.
So before we fill out the rest of the number ones, I think we should reveal our number twos, and maybe that will help us. Okay. So Smith, want to go first? Who's your number two?
I got it. All right, here we go. I had for my number 2, I had Oppenheimer. So Oppenheimer made my number 2.
Okay.
I had Frederick Douglass also in there as a number 2. Now I may have cheated, but I took. There were some groups that I had like multiple people in one area. So in this particular case, I put Larry Page and Sergey Brin together. So they're the creators of Google. So I think Google has been pretty influential in our lives, specifically the last, I don't know, but almost 2 decades or so. And my last number 2 is Mammy Till. And my reasoning behind Mammy Till was her unbelievably gutsy move to have an open casket for Emmett Till. Was one of the major sparks to the civil rights movement. It really helped that upsurge of activism. And I think it was, obviously the civil rights movement was already happening, and I think it would have happened, but I think that incredibly gutsy move on her part really lit the fire earlier. And had she not done it, maybe that civil rights movement would have, I don't know, maybe it would have started a little bit later on. But Mammy Till, I think her guts, being a dad, doing what she did for the memory of her son, I thought was huge. And so she made my bracket as a number 2. I thought she was amazing.
Okay, interesting. Did not see that coming. And then what? Go ahead, everyone else. What's your number 2s?
So my second was Harriet Beecher Stowe. In some ways similar to my thinking with Thomas Paine, Uncle Tom's Cat, number 2 book next to the Bible in the 19th century. Number 2 is also a combo, Lewis and Clark.
See, I didn't do combos. I even the Wright brothers I even separated.
Okay, then Meriwether Lewis. Meriwether Lewis is my number 2.
Okay.
How about that? All right, we'll do that because I wasn't sure. And then John Wilkes Booth. Changed a few things, I would say.
Woo!
And then my next number 2 is Eleanor Roosevelt. Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Wonder why he did that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I had Eleanor Roosevelt as a 4 seed. I also had let's see, where did I have Thomas Paine? It's pretty high, I thought. I had him as a 6 seed. Okay. Well, Brandon?
Yeah. So number 2, I had Albert Einstein.
Well, he was not from the United States, though. See, this is where
1940. He naturalized in 1940.
He naturalized, but we never really went over this, did we?
Okay, if I'm going to be overruled, I can change.
Well, this is a discussion we can have. Should he on the chat too? Should we, if they're naturalized, should we?
You can put a poll.
Aren't we all naturalized Americans?
Woo! I have him on my list as well with a little asterisk of 1940.
I have him on as well.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I left. Otherwise, I would have put him on. So I think we should put him on then.
Okay. So that's my number 2. And then since we, Dave and I live on the Ohio-Kentucky border, I had to put Harriet Tubman on.
Nice.
I can also do polls on here if you want.
Yeah, please.
Nice.
Any specific?
I had Harriet Tubman as a number 2 as well. I would say the question should be, should we include Albert Einstein even though he was naturalized, not born here, or just even though he was not born? Because there's a few that wouldn't. Another one that got brought up a lot actually was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I figured that one was coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously not born in the United States as well. Maybe it's not obvious to some of the youth of America.
My students have never heard of him, actually. It makes me very angry sometimes.
David Locke has a good point there. Technically, all the founding
fathers were naturalized.
Yep, very good point. I would say, so take the poll. My number 2s really quickly. Harriet Tubman, I said. Also, William Penn, who not only established oatmeal. I'm sorry, no, the colony of Pennsylvania, but also a lot of the way that he governed that, I think, influenced the other colonies and future states as well. And I had Tecumseh, who, in my view, he was the most influential Native American probably of all time. That's
I
why.
agree 100%. I didn't have him on. I wasn't sure, right? I didn't know if he would have fit in there, but that's 100%. He's been phenomenal.
That's a good point. Yeah, because he's a Shawnee. That's a different nation, right? So
Yeah.
all these, you could say that, but I also was like, we got to include Native Americans in this, you know?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think we should stick with.
Should we?
So far, the poll says that we should include Albert Einstein. So I think we're going to stick with it. Yeah. And then my other number 2 was, and of course, you know, I live in Lawrence, Kansas, so I got to go with John Brown.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, whoops. It looks like we're still kind of at an impasse here, but I guess. So, if you, I don't know. I still think that I really want to vouch for Alexander Hamilton to go up on this board here.
Mr. B, I still have 2 more left for number 2 seed.
Oh, did I? Oh, you didn't finish. Holy crap! I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
You're just speak up. Yeah. Just cut me off anytime you want.
Not being so passive.
I had, Frederick Douglass.
Oh, there we go.
And then Dave's gonna look at me really mean.
He's influential.
Henry Kissinger.
Okay, yeah.
Because his foreign policy
can't deny it. Yeah, you can't.
I mean, it's like I said, one thing's it's a legacy.
Yeah, love him or hate him, there's certainly influence.
It's a legacy, all right.
It's a legacy for sure.
I had Oppenheimer fairly low at 7. I just think that it wasn't just him, you know. That's why I'm always just like that was like the as far as the development of nuclear weapons, I guess is my point. But as far as Frederick Douglass, I had at number 4, a 4 seed.
Okay.
Harriet Beecher Stowe, I had as a 5 seed. Thomas Paine, 6 seed.
So you just need 2 more.
Eleanor Roosevelt, I had it as a 4 seed. What'd you guys have William Penn at?
I had him at 7.
Okay.
Didn't have him.
Didn't have him? Okay. Brandon?
I didn't have him either.
Okay. Well, then he goes way down. So, Brandon, you didn't have Alexander Hamilton at all, right?
I did not. No.
What about you, Dave?
Hamilton was my 1.
Oh, you were the one who had. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
I
Danny.
had Hamilton at 4.
You had him at 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think he should still at least be maybe a 2 seed is what I'm thinking for Alexander Hamilton. If the 3 like if 2 of us did a 1 and one of us did a 4, or maybe he should be a 3 seed. I don't know, but he should be up there. Is what I'm saying.
I say
Are
2 or
there
3.
any math teachers in here?
No.
Let's ask the chat that as well. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe they could decide. I'd say either 2 or 3 is fine. I mean, I think that's.
So what should
He just doesn't like musicals. That's the problem.
Actually, I'll just ask it open ended.
Hmm?
What seed?
Oh, you can ask a question.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no.
Should
Hamilton be 2 or 3?
Oh yeah, 2 or 3. There you go.
Yeah, I just
Sorry. And then while we're doing that, we can list off our 3 seeds.
Sounds
So
good.
yeah, start with you, Danny.
All right. I went Thurgood Marshall. I thought he was huge. Obviously arguing Brown v. Board, and then, his time on the Supreme Court. He was hugely influential and just a good human being, and fighting on the right side of history, throughout his time, and certainly huge for the United States. I went Harriet Tubman as well for my number 3. Thomas Edison, I brought in, put him on number 3. And my last guy in number 3 might be another dark horse. I went Bill Wilson, the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. The amount of lives that man saved, him and Dr. Bob, who created AA, still around today. and changing lives and saving people's lives, back from the 1930s all the way up. So Bill Wilson, Bill W. Rounds out my top three.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going.
I like that dark horse. You want me to go ahead?
Go for it.
All right. So I have Frederick Douglass as a third seed. I also have Thurgood Marshall. I have Eli Whitney, speaking of unintentional consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And then Susan B. Anthony,
Yeah.
my favorite suffragette.
Okay.
Okay. I had mine was W.B. Du Bois. Ducasse. If I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Oh wait, what was the second one? I'm sorry.
Tecumseh. Tecumseh. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
oh, nice. Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I always pronounce it wrong. Even when I have it written down in front of me.
Phonetically.
And then I had Eleanor Roosevelt. And then Thurgood Marshall was again my number 3.
How about that?
There you go.
Wow.
You want to know the result of this?
Oh, the result of the polls is it looks like the majority wants Alexander Hamilton to be a 2 seed. So are we okay with that
Yeah.
on the board?
Yeah.
Put him on. That's fine.
All right, Alexander Hamilton. I'm actually surprised. I could have swore that everybody would have said he was the one. So let's put him in a different bracket than those two.
Okay.
So we'll put. Yeah. I messed that one up right there.
Huh?
Yes.
What did I say?
Got pencil.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, I messed up the seating right here already. I'm messing it up.
That's not right, is it? Oh, here, hold on.
It's a good thing you did it in pencil. We're all good.
This eraser.
Never do your bracket in pen.
This eraser sucks.
I did my bracket in Sharpie marker pen.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
That's confidence.
That's,
Okay. Now,
2.
2 and 15.
Okay.
2 and 15 are here. And then, yeah, everything else is good. I just messed up that one. Okay. Sorry about that. So, my number 3s, did I say my number 3s yet?
Nope.
Okay. My number 3s are Susan B. Anthony. Yeah. Andrew Carnegie or Carnegie. And I'm a little biased right now because I've been working on a video about Andrew Carnegie. So George Marshall of the Marshall Plan fame. I think the Marshall Plan was one of my top 3 laws in American history. And Henry Clay. Henry freaking Clay.
The American
system.
Yep.
I mean, come on. That dude should have been president.
He ran how many times?
Technically 5, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, I think we've heard some names over and over, and I think I'm going to throw this out here. So we've heard Harriet Tubman. I think should be a number 1 seed because I had her at number 2. Many of you had, didn't you? Everybody's mentioned 2 seed as well.
I had her at 3.
I had her at 8, but I can be convinced easy.
Okay. Should we throw that one to the chat as well?
Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah, why not?
So Harriet Tubman a 1 or 2 seed. Man, I'm putting her to work. I
Hold
better make sure I pay her a couple dollars extra per hour. No. Okay, if you're just now joining us, these are we're not including presidents. I'm still seeing presidents suggested on there, so they can't be presidents. What about Tecumseh was also a number 2 for. Well, it was a number 2 for me, but who else said Tecumseh? Brandon, was it a 2 or 3?
3.
A 3? Okay.
And I left them off. Ugh.
Yeah, me too. I wasn't sure.
Oh, that's right. And we still left out. We still have to come back to Norman Borlaug because if 2 of you had as number 1, so yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking that this is a close one. Well, that's not that close. Looks like Harriet Tubman. They're saying number 1 seed.
Fair enough.
Are we cool with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well, it's okay. Well, no. Okay.
You're still voting, but okay. Yeah, so Harriet Tubman will be a 1 seed. You pick whatever region you want.
Well, you tell me.
I guess we can go the same one as Alexander Hamilton. Yeah. And then, someone's saying we should use math, compute rankings, and average it. I'm not very good at math.
Use
Well,
what?
Maybe smart Beavis and Butthead.
The other thing is, I really want this to be like, I want to hear from the audience because, like,
Yeah, of
I want
course.
to crowdsource this quite a bit.
You know,
Red
the
dirt.
hard part is like we were saying before, is giving rankings and numbers is so hard. It's so subjective, and giving one person a higher number over another one doesn't necessarily diminish their importance either. It's not, you know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
seeding one person over another person doesn't mean like that person wasn't important. It's such a difficult. It was such a difficult task. It was hard. It was really, like I said, it broke my brain like 100%. So we're a little
Now that
little ahead
we
left.
so I got to ask those of you who didn't have Tecumseh, did you have any other Native Americans, or did you leave all Native Americans off the list because of that requirement that they are like naturalized?
That one,
citizens?
yeah. The only Jim Thorpe I had on there as well. But yeah, no, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to just assume, right? And take him out of his nation. And just kind of I wasn't sure if it was whitewashing or not. I'm just gonna be honest. I wasn't sure if that was, you know what I mean. But
No,
yeah, I mean,
it's okay.
he's 100%, in my opinion. Even though I didn't have him on the list, that dude is incredibly influential, incredibly important.
Yeah, I'd concur with Smith over that.
Okay, fair enough.
I think he should be on the bracket. I'm not gonna lie. Absolutely.
I think we should include Native Americans at least. What did you all have? Susan B. Anthony again?
3.
Okay, Brandon.
Don't hurt me, Dave. I didn't have her on the list.
How do you not have Susan B. Anthony on the list? Smith, what about you?
I have her. I've just lost her on my list. I had her. You're gonna be mad at me. I had her at a 12, but I had her on the list.
Okay.
Now you and me, Smith, are on now Dave's list.
Yeah.
This is harder than I thought it would be. I thought we'd have more consensus.
Okay.
What about Andrew Carnegie? Did he make your brackets?
Yeah, I have him at a. Where is he? Give me a second. He's on there. Number 6.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I had Carnegie at number 7.
Okay.
I deliberately left him off.
Did you leave all the robber barons off?
I did. Well, except for Rockefeller.
Oh, you put Rockefeller and not Carnegie?
Yeah.
Carnegie gave back. He gave it all back.
Yeah. How do you get
Yeah,
to Carnegie Hall?
I know.
He's
But I thought
anti-golden.
Rockefeller as
I only
well.
had 64 spots, man. Like,
A lot of Americans in this world.
All right. I think we're going to lean heavily on the chat just to like kind of bring some more consensus
Yes.
to some of this.
Absolutely.
So let's go to the chat and ask, where should we rank Susan B. Anthony?
At numbers?
I would say, let's go 2, 3, or 4. Or is there only 2 options?
No,
you
you
can
can.
have 2, 3, or 4, and this will also give us kind of a little bit of. And then we'll do the same thing, I think, for Andrew Carnegie, just so we can kind of put our pulse on this. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah. We'll do these quickly and.
I wonder if can I do 2 at the same time?
Oh,
No, you can't.
No. So we got the Susan B. Anthony pull up.
Okay.
All right. Oh, should we time it? Or just
We'll wait till we have at least 100
100?
votes, and
Okay.
then maybe.
it's looking like a 3 right now.
Yeah. Okay. Are you okay with Susan B. Anthony as a number 3, everyone? Anyway, if anyone have strong objections?
Nope.
Okay, well then.
No.
Not one
put
bit.
her-
Hold on. Let me end it.
Oh, and then the Andrew Carnegie after that.
Here, you wanna? Okay, then I'll do. What numbers though?
So Andrew Carnegie, same thing. I think. Well, no, maybe 3, 4, or 5 because I think they were lower than It's not spelled right, but that's okay. They know who you're talking about. I can do it.
No, I got it.
So, well, let's just go through our 4 seeds,
Okay.
shall we?
All right.
Yeah.
4 is where you find my Hamilton. He's up there at 4.
Okay.
I then went Henry Ford,
Nice.
Albert Einstein,
Mm-hmm.
and Cesar Chavez.
Ah.
I had to put Cesar Chavez up there. He was
Susan B.
phenomenal.
Anthony is a 3.
Mm-hmm.
In which area?
Just go ahead and put her there.
So
You say
Susan B.
Plato.
Anthony is a 3.
All
right.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Well, what next?
I'm gonna continue on the spirit of Susan B. Anthony. I had Elizabeth Cady Stanton
Nice.
as a number 4. It was hard between those two. I mean, their influence in that time period is pretty
Huge.
strong. I think I gave a little bit of little name recognition, as Brandon said, as a characteristic earlier to Susan B. Anthony. I have Einstein, number 4. John Marshall, and you had John Marshall, Matt, or
Number
Smith
1.
You had number 1.
at
Yeah.
a 1. Okay, and then my other 4 is Sandra Day O'Connor.
Look how close this poll is right now.
Which one?
Oh wow, the Andrew Carnegie / Carnegie is extremely close right now,
Yeah.
and it
And
has
what was the
112
question
votes.
on Carnegie?
3, 4, or 5.
3, 4, or 5?
Oh wow,
We got 34%,
keep it up.
32, and 34 or 3.
I'm telling you, my case for Andrew Carnegie is he gave away 90% of his wealth. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. We're talking hundreds of libraries, universities. Somebody who I would say, because of his influence, he influenced the government to do things that they would have not have done otherwise. Because remember, we didn't have libraries as a regular thing in every small town in America before Andrew Carnegie. The fact that he was also someone who was very influential. Like he was somebody, he had a bad name when he was the industrialist because he was a strikebreaker, but then called on, for these other extremely wealthy folks to spread their wealth. The gospel of wealth is what it was called. And he was for a progressive tax. He was anti-imperialist. He was for an estate tax. So somebody who kind of like turned his back on the Gilded Age in many ways. So yeah, I should have just made my video first and then had everybody.
All right, I'll put
Is
them
it-
You're
right there.
influencing them.
Am I influencing
Yeah,
him?
3.
So what else did he do? That's what I'm before I
Sounds
move him
like a
down.
bomb. Also, the thing I love the most about Andrew Carnegie is like the fact that he was put him bigger on the screen there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
Yeah, there it is.
He was a rags to riches story. He was an immigrant. He was born. So I guess another one who was not, maybe that's why you left him off, because he was born in Scotland.
Yeah.
But as a kid, moved to the United States, dropped out of school, started working. He worked his butt off. But he also made a lot of connections along the way, and that's how he ended up to,
Should I end it?
building up a portfolio. Oh, it's still close though. It's tied at 3 and 4 right now. We got to break the tie.
Okay. How about as soon as the tie is broken?
170 votes, and oh my gosh, this is thrilling.
I love it.
4.
I can't see that.
Okay, let's just do a countdown here.
So
And 5, 4, it's both 35%.
Oh no.
Andrew Carnegie. Okay, listen here. What else can I say about him? You know, there are 4 museums in Pittsburgh that he single-handedly started, 8 libraries, and it spread like wildfire across the country. Like our hometown has a library here that was started because of him. It wouldn't have had it otherwise. He donated $3 million for this library to start, and a young Langston Hughes went to this library and became inspired to become a writer. We would have no Langston Hughes as a writer if it weren't for Andrew Carnegie, is what I'm saying.
That's pretty compelling. That's a pretty compelling argument
In
there.
the poll. He's a 3
I don't
seed.
know what side you're on,
He's
Mr.
a
B.
3 seed. Come on, let's do this.
You
Yeah,
make a
yeah.
very clear argument. I do not disagree. You might need to take a little bit of break from your research and your video. Just for a day. Just for a day.
Yeah.
All right.
Get this man a brown paper bag.
3. How about on this one? Over here?
Sure, it's fine.
Okay.
You pick. Okay, who else we got? And you can make your cases too. Let's start doing this because, like,
Yeah.
did we go through all our 4s yet?
I have. I think everybody has been.
I haven't.
Mr. B. Oh, you haven't gone
Oh,
through
I
it?
didn't. Yeah. Oh,
I thought
Brandon
you went
did.
through your 4s.
I did not. go
Brandon
through my
has not
4s.
gone through his 4s
Okay,
yet.
Brandon, go ahead. You're next.
Come on,
Go
Brando.
ahead.
Look at you.
I had Thomas Paine.
Nice.
Good.
I also had Sandra Day O'Connor,
Okay.
Booker T. Washington,
Booker T.
and Sitting Bull.
Oh, Sitting Bull. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
How about that?
That's a good choice.
All right. Yeah, I had Sitting Bull and Booker T further down, but I'm going to strongly vouch for both of them as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't have Sandra Day O'Connor on my list, but she barely missed my list. She was.
Yeah, I didn't have her on mine either.
My 4 seeds were George Mason. Basically a big reason why we have the Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's
huge reason.
see.
Definitely overlooked him. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Henry Ford, which you guys already mentioned, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Frederick Douglass. So I'm thinking Frederick Douglass is going to be pretty high on here too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's ranked pretty high. I had him as a number 2.
Would you all have him at Frederick Douglass again?
3.
I
I
am
had him
2.
as 2.
Okay. He should be a 1 or 2 probably. If we all
Yeah,
have him that high, should we pull that one?
Yeah, we still need the other number 1.
Okay,
So,
let's send him
1
to
or
the
2.
poll, the 1 or 2, because I think he, no doubt, was pretty influential. And then another one that keeps coming up, I've noticed, is Thomas Paine.
Yep.
Remind me what you had as Thomas Paine.
1 seed.
You had 1 seed. Okay.
4.
Okay.
6.
And 6. Okay. And I had 6 as well. I think he should be at least probably a 2 seed.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking.
You said 1 or 2 on that, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we could do that same thing for, well, if he's going to get the last number 1, then we can do. Are you all okay with Thomas Paine being a 2 seed?
Sure.
I am. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got no problem with him.
You sure? I don't want to like.
No, I'm 100%.
You're the one that has number 6, like me. Okay. Yeah,
I have
really
number
think
6.
about it.
I've got no problem bumping him up to number 2. That's fine.
Yeah, because just common sense alone, that the
Yes.
fact that the American Revolution likely would have not happened if it weren't for that.
No, he galvanized so many people to get behind the cause with common sense. So you can't argue
Right.
that. There's no way you can argue that.
And just spreading out that message to the colonies that really didn't care about what was happening in Boston.
Yeah.
Same thing about the Boston Massacre engraving. I mean, that common sense. And there was a third. What was his other pamphlet?
1.
I don't know.
Frederick Douglass is 2.
No, for 1 seed.
Is Frederick Douglass, and he has 2 S's though.
Yeah, I know.
And then Thomas Paine will be a 2 seed.
Yeah.
I guess you could probably put him in the same as Ben Franklin, since they're both same era anyway. That would have been another interesting way to do this, is to like have each region be like a time period.
You know, yeah, I was thinking
Oh,
about
yeah,
that
for
when I
sure.
put it up. Yeah, we could have done something along that. We could have done categories as far as music, sports, culture, politics. We could have done it that way as well.
Dang it.
You'll just
At
have
the
to have
same-
it on next year.
Next year, yeah.
At the same time, though, I feel like that's a little it alters it too much
Yeah.
and like because
I
I
think
think go
the
ahead.
subjectivity of it makes this worthwhile because it's a conversation
Yeah,
Yeah.
at the end of the
100%,
day.
yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, because then too, if you're just gonna go culture, then you're limiting yourself to 16, and it's like, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, the subjectivity, like you said, lends itself to discussion and debate.
Okay. Eleanor Roosevelt has also come up a lot. I had her as a 4 seed. Remind me what you all had Eleanor at.
I have her as a 5, so she was
Good.
in my next bracket coming up.
Okay. And you, Dave, what about you?
2.
A 2. Okay. I'm thinking she should probably be at least a 3.
I was thinking 3 or 4.
Okay. Do you want to do?
I will.
Brandon, what did you have her as?
3.
You had her as a 3.
Yeah.
Dave, you had her as a 2. Mr. Beat, you had her as what?
A 4.
4. I had her as 5. So she's got to be at least between a 2 and a 5. All right. I mean, certainly.
Yeah, we're gonna pull her as well. So yeah, the big, just for the audience here, the big reason why, I mean, a lot of people just associate her with being a first lady. When it was more than that. I mean, she obviously had a big role in. She changed that role of first lady, but she also had a big internationalism role.
Oh yeah,
I think with her work with the United Nations.
Yeah, the International Commission of Jurists and the Declaration of Human Rights. I mean,
absolutely
had a big
Yeah.
spread. Mhm.
Yeah, so I think
he was working for Japanese American rights right after, Executive Order 9066. was put in
Uh-huh.
place.
Yep.
You know,
Even criticized FDR himself.
exactly. So I mean, the fact that
You must have listened to our episode a few weeks ago, Smith.
like that's for her to do that, step out, and challenge her husband, who is the president at the time. That's crazy. That's huge.
Yeah. Well.
It's like a 3.
Yeah, I thought it would be 2 actually when we first were. Should I sell it more? No, that's okay. 3 makes sense. All right, Eleanor Roosevelt will be a 3. You could choose whatever.
That is fair.
I guess it's pretty sparse over here with MLK. So let's see other names that have come up, or should we? Any other names that have come up a lot yet that we need to poll? And John Marshall again. Remind me, where'd you guys all rank John Marshall?
Mr. B, you're gonna punch me. I got him at 10.
I have him at a 4.
I got him at 5.
Okay. And since I had him at number 1, I think we should probably consider him being
2.
probably a 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
Did we have we seeded Einstein yet?
We have not. So that's another one we could pull. But yeah, just the case for you guys have been bringing up other Supreme Court justices like Thurgood Marshall, who
Sure.
Thurgood Marshall is easily one of my favorite justices. Actually, I made a video about that. But yeah, John Marshall, I think there would be no Thurgood Marshall if it weren't for John Marshall. There would be no relevance of the Supreme Court period without John Marshall. He made the Supreme Court relevant.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, with the essentially creating out of thin air judicial review.
Right? Yeah. I mean, he creates them as the co-equal branch of government, 100%.
Yeah.
There's no, you can't deny that at all. Judicial review is out. That's, I mean, when you talk about checks and balances, when you do the whole chart, that's it. Like, that's what they got. That's the court's job. That's their power. And that comes, essentially out of thin air.
Do we even need to poll it then? I think John Marshall should be a 2.
How many 2 slots do we have left?
All right. We only have 2 left. So that also should it be Einstein or John Marshall?
John Marshall, because I think he's a more impact on the political state of the United States, whereas Einstein had more impact on scientific.
Yeah.
I think that's where we're more leaning is on the influence on America.
Yeah.
I think
because on the Supreme Court decisions are all in three categories: civil rights, civil liberties, which affects everyone.
Yeah.
And then the issue of federalism, which is all about the relationship between government and judicial review, has come into play hundreds and hundreds of times throughout our history.
Absolutely.
So the precedent of that, I think, is strong. So I agree with the 2 on John Marshall. I had him at a 4, but now I'm thinking 2 is appropriate. I'm thinking. I mean,
I'm not going to argue
anybody
against
think differently?
No, I'm not going to argue against it at all. Not at all.
Awesome. So just like you can kind of see the bracket a little bit here. I know you're all watching on your 76-inch screens right now. It's starting to fill out, but we have one more 2 seed.
2 L's.
And we have Einstein on my list. Let me get the screen back where we were. Sorry. Let's look at Einstein again. Like, I think. Oh no, he wasn't on my list. And the reason why he wasn't on my list was because I was like, oh well, naturalization. So I think if that aside, I would probably have him at least like a 7 or 8.
I had him
remind me again what you all had him as ranked as.
I had him at a 4.
4,
3
4.
or
Okay.
2. I'm sorry, 2.
Oh, 2. Ooh, okay. So,
and Mr. Beat, where did you have him?
I would say like at least a 7. And I won't go as high as top 5, but we should also throw this one to the poll, like 2 or 3 for Albert Einstein. Okay, while that poll goes up, I say we go through our 5s.
Sure.
All right, go ahead, Danny.
All right, I got Harriet Beecher Stowe, of course. The little book that really helped start the Civil War for sure. Mm-hmm. Jackie Robinson, I had to throw Jackie on there, and I think at the higher up the better for Jackie. What he did for American sports. Forget just baseball, but American sports, and the fact of just how talented that man was altogether. He could have broken the barrier in just about any sport he wanted to. And the amount, oh my Lord, of just self-control that he had to have at every single at-bat and every single game that he played. It wasn't just, the one game that he came in. It was every at-bat and every game, and he handled himself with grace and dignity at every single one of those because he knew, the weight that was on his shoulders, and he carried it, and he carried it well. And I there's so much more to that. And his works after baseball, he stayed in the public eye, and he did a lot of charity work. So Jackie Robinson for sure. I know Mr. B, you broke up the Wright brothers, so I don't know if we want to go Orville Wright. That's cool. We can throw Orville on there. Aviation in the United States, aviation is it's massive. It's a big thing. So it's we talked about it on my podcast. How much above our houses do we own, right? And so that we don't have 1,000 different aviation lawsuits every day. And then number 5 is also where I have Eleanor Roosevelt on my bracket as well. So
okay,
I had Eleanor.
Hey, before we move forward, I kind of do think so we can have more room on this bracket. Maybe it is a good idea that we combine Lewis and Clark and the Wright brothers.
That's kind of where I did. That's the reason why I did it, was to kind of just free up. I'm not gonna lie, to free up another slot so I could fit somebody else in there.
I would just be mad in 200 years if I was remembered alongside my brother. No, I'm kidding. I love my brother.
I think it depends on which one of my brothers you're talking about.
Still on my thunder. Still on my thunder, my bro. No, I'm kidding. I joke. That's fine. We'll the other thing about Lewis and Clark though is I put neither, and I put Sacagawea. Without Sacagawea, they wouldn't have not been.
They wouldn't have done anything without her, right?
You're absolutely right.
Right.
You're absolutely right.
Don't eat that berry. Don't eat that berry. Here's a horse. Keep it.
All right.
Meriwether, put it down.
Okay, so it looks like Einstein was voted out of 3.
Okay.
That
We cool with that? Einstein out of 3? Okay. So
Higher than I had him, so it's fine.
3.
All right. So Dave, want to give us your 5 seeds?
Yeah, I must have been in the mood for Assassins the other day because I have Lee Harvey Oswald as number 5. I just think of immediate changes of course sometimes can have dramatic effect. So
Sure.
obviously he's not going to be on the. That's probably might not be on anybody's list, but I had him there. I also put Orville Wright down. I mean, he lived in he lived longer than his brother, and I was just at his house a few weekends ago, so that was kind of fun. Lived close to Dayton, Ohio, but Orville Wright. I mean, obviously, not just with aviation, but with the culture of going along with the Gilded Age and the age of invention, and heck, we have bicycles because of them too. But Orville Wright, I have Booker T. Washington as a 5, and I have so I added a combo on at the last minute. I've got Neil Armstrong, and then I guess honorable mention, I'll put Buzz on there too. Obviously, we all know that Neil was the first man to put foot on the moon, but Buzz Aldrin pretty much designed the rendezvous modules of the Apollo program. So he was also a design engineer behind how they actually got there. So I'll keep it with Neil Armstrong, but he's my little side hustle.
I gotta say, like, you, not just you, Dave, but I think everyone at this point has said somebody being significant for being the first to do something. Whereas when I filled this thing out, like I was like, unless they invented something, because and I get like being the first is really inspirational. Like forever, Barack Obama will be inspirational to future African Americans for being the first African American president. But I just feel like sometimes that's kind of random. Like Sandra Day O'Connor, especially, I feel like we should judge her more about what she did while she was on the bench for those 25, whatever years, 30 years.
Lemon versus Kurtzman.
Yeah, I mean,
but I almost, when you said, it's interesting that you said that, because I almost put Buzz Aldrin on there instead of Neil Armstrong for that reason.
Right. Because it was kind of random. Like, it could have been Buzz instead of.
Yeah, they were in a pool. Yeah, absolutely. So I can definitely clearly see that argument for sure.
Or we could put them together just like we did with the Wright brothers,
But at the same time, he was the first person to ever put a foot on something that wasn't the Earth. I mean, come on.
It is a big deal.
That's a good point that you make.
And that also extends. I mean, the amount of people around the world that were watching wasn't necessarily just an American foot, right, on the moon too. It was a human foot.
Yeah.
And so I think that lends a lot of credence to that as well. So, obviously we weren't around when it happened, but from all accounts, the world was watching, not necessarily again as Americans, but as humans, and in such a crazy time, right? Especially during the Cold War and during the tensions that are rising up there, for just a split second for humanity to kind of come together on that was pretty big. That's a pretty big move. That's pretty significant. It's pretty influential.
I think you've changed my mind a little bit on this. It's pretty hard to put them either of them on my bracket. So
that's why these conversations are so valuable.
You know what? I had Armstrong on mine, but I ended up bumping him off. So he's not on mine. But I can understand. I feel like I just convinced myself that he should have been on mine, but I didn't have him. So, but yeah.
All right, Brandon, your 5 seeds.
All right, Mr. Beat, can you get your brown paper bag out again? I have Rockefeller.
Yeah.
I've got George Washington Carver.
Not that one.
Then I have John Marshall, and then John Muir.
Oh. Who was the second one you said?
The second one was George Washington Carver.
Oh, okay.
American agricultural scientist and inventor who promoted alternative crops to cotton and methods to prevent soil depletion. So it was very important, especially in the South, for agriculture.
Definitely.
you know, might have caused some upset down in the South when they got some things taken away from them.
Yeah, I put John Muir pretty high on mine as well. I had him as a 7 seed.
I didn't have him, but I was more of a Greenpeace guy rather than Sierra Club.
You didn't have the panda sticker on your.
No.
Yeah.
I have the green dolphin on my door. I worked for Greenpeace for a while, so that was my guy.
Okay, and then my 5 seeds were I had John Rolfe.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, did
I didn't
anyone
have
else
one. That's a
have
good point, though.
How about that? Jamestown going back.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had people say John Smith. I'm like, John Smith was a.
Hey, that was my dad's name.
Tool.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not your dad. Not your dad. No, John
No,
Rolfe.
I didn't even think about that. That's a good one.
He was the dude who was the first to successfully cultivate tobacco, which made without John Rolfe, the English would not have invested so much in.
You're right.
Yeah,
and it made Jamestown into international drug dealers.
Yeah.
Virginia
wouldn't be a state.
Here in a moment.
Neither would Kentucky.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, I had Harriet Beecher Stowe as my 5 seed as well, and J.P. Morgan actually.
Oh yeah.
And the reason why I had J.P. Morgan is not just because of his influence in, banking and everything, but he literally bailed out the government. Yeah. My understanding, it was more than one time. There's one time in particular that he gets a lot of credit for, but he did a bunch of things behind the scenes. Just basically, when the government ran out of money, he just gave the federal government money.
Which is what Hamilton was kind of hoping was going to happen when he paid off the debts and he put his whole system together. It's like, yeah, we can ask the wealthy for money when we really need it. So I mean, Hamilton wasn't wrong,
Yeah. And then the other one that might surprise you all is Walt Disney.
I have him on my list. He was a little bit further up though.
Okay. If you, especially their influence today, I mean, we talk a lot about specific entertainers, but many of those entertainers would not have careers, period. If it weren't for Disney. Yeah, like think about it. Like before the 1900s, if you wanted to make it as with a career in the arts, it would not be singing and dancing and acting. It would be maybe if you're extremely lucky, you could be like a classical performer, or you might sell a few paintings, but you probably wouldn't. I mean, like the arts really got a big boost because of Disney.
Yeah, you'd be a traveling minstrel, and that would pretty much be it. That'd be the extent of your acting career.
Vaudeville,
yeah. I had Disney on there as well.
But also, I'm surprised no one's mentioned Edison yet.
No, I did. He was my number 3.
Oh, he was
number 3.
He's on my list.
He's on my list.
Yeah, I have him coming up here pretty soon.
What
too.
did you have?
Not the nicest of got but I mean,
I know I hated to put him on here.
Well, we can see right now, so hey.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm using light bulbs. Again, not very nice. He killed quite a few elephants. It's kind of a jerk.
Yeah.
But
what did I have on Edison? Crap.
I
don't remember. He's on here somewhere. I swear.
Here, let me see.
Who's that?
I'll look for it.
Thomas Edison. I do remember.
Light bulb, you'll say.
He was. The more you learn about him, you're just like,
here.
oh, what a
8.
jerk.
Yeah.
I had him at 8. I think I put him so low. I think because I was just like.
Brandon's the only one without glasses, so we're all just desperately searching down our list each time.
You all had Edison as a 3, though?
No, just
7.
No,
I'm 7.
I have him somewhere.
Sorry.
Well,
you want me to find it for you?
Yeah, because I can't see. Thanks a lot. He's number 9. I have him as a 9.
Okay.
So 8 or 9.
We'll hold off on Edison, but Harriet Beecher Stowe, I think based on, remind me again what you had Harriet Beecher Stowe?
I had her as a 5 as well.
I had her as a 2.
I didn't have her.
Brandon, you didn't have her at all?
Nope.
Get out. Just get out. Just go.
Oh.
Show yourself out.
All right. Later, guys. It was good.
Go find the door.
Yeah, you didn't have her. I had her as a 5, but I do think she needs to be up here. So maybe we should do a poll for Harriet Beecher Stowe.
Yeah. Well, we got her as a what? So I had her as a 5. You had her as a 5. Dave, you had her as a what? 2?
2.
Okay. And then so the average, right, drops drastically because of Brandon.
So 3 or 4.
I'd say
Sorry, Brandon.
I'm
We're-
taking him to see.
Whatever.
I'm going to take him to see Hamilton next week. Don't worry.
3 or 4.
Yeah. Audience, we're asking you on this. While we're waiting on that, thank you for the super chats. This person says Millard Fillmore should obviously be on here, but again, no presidents.
No presidents. But
Good
you're
to
not
see
wrong
you.
though.
E Forever Gamer, my first Patreon supporter ever, is gifted
Oh,
5
nice.
Mr. Bean memberships, so take him up on the offer. Thanks for being here. Who's this? Harry the Dirty. It has to be FDR. See, another president. No presidents. Michael Jordan, though.
I got him on my list.
Do you?
I do.
So Joe says Michael Jordan. I
got him
went
on there.
back and forth. What did I do with him? Oh, I had him as a 15 seed, Michael Jordan.
I have him as a 15 seed as well.
Wow.
That's pretty weird.
Wow.
What about Dave and Brandon? What would you have Michael Jordan as, or on the bracket?
I didn't put him on.
I thought about it and I didn't include him.
Okay.
I couldn't not. I mean, growing up in the 90s, in the late 80s,
But I do
early
have
90s.
Pippen.
There's no Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen. That's right.
That's amazing.
I have Phil Jackson.
4.
All right, Harriet Beecher Stowe. It looks like we're going to put her at a 4.
Okay.
Howard
4.
Dean.
That's fair.
Howard Dean did not make this list. Sorry there,
what
Randall.
second?
I thought about it, and then we're gonna go all the way to the White House. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say over here.
Yeah. The Howard Dean scream took him off my list.
4. Okay.
Someone said Michael Jordan in Space Jam. Now I'm convinced.
Okay, I think the other thing that I'm going to recommend this, since 2 of you put him as a number 1, I do think we need to revisit Norman Borlaug, because even though I didn't have him on my bracket, I think it's we still have one number 2 slot. I don't think he should be necessarily that high, but I do think maybe 3 or 4 at the very
We
least.
put a poll up for it.
Okay, so we can do a poll for 2, 3, or 4 for Norman.
Two.
Only thing he lacks is name recognition.
Yeah.
I know, and I agree, and I understand that.
That changes tonight.
Yeah,
It does.
That changes everything.
I'm serious. Like what we are doing, it's so weird. Like so many names are forgotten, and we are helping determine like who is remembered and why are they remembered. It's good. And also, I'm sorry, Dave. I might have to veto John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald because like screw those guys.
I'm good with that. Yeah, veto.
Yeah.
Dave. Whatever he says is vetoed.
It's my channel.
That's funny.
People are now just saying 50 Cent in the chat. That's all.
Yeah, we got a
saying.
lot of 50 Cent in there. I have somebody I believe coming up. Well, I have in my number 8 spot. I got somebody who I think or somebody's who are more influential than 50 Cent, and so maybe people might not like me for that. But
all right, I say we keep going here. What we have another poll going for. I can't see it though. Here, can you scroll up the poll?
Mr. Rogers. Oh, that's a good one.
Let's go ahead and just
You
list
do it
our
on
number
here.
6s that way because we're waiting on poll.
Yeah, on the phone.
Danny, what's your 6 seeds?
Okay, my 6 seeds. That's where I had Thomas Paine,
Okay.
Malcolm X. I got Malcolm X in there for sure. Shirley Chisholm. Who was just so important, specifically in American politics and specifically for women of color and American politics for sure. So yeah, I mean, you can't say enough about Shirley Chisholm. I don't think she gets nearly the recognition that she deserves. I mean, when you are the first African American woman, elected into Congress to essentially run for president, I mean, that's pretty crazy. She's amazing. And then Muhammad Ali, I put him in there as my number 6. And again, not just for obviously his boxing prowess, but he was just fearless, but he was fearless in so many different ways to speak out against the Vietnam War, obviously with getting his title stripped, but just being fearlessly him and it was really hard for a black man to be fearlessly themselves in that time in the United States, and for him to go ahead and do that. And you talk about having a mouth, but being able to back it up as well, but having the guts to do both, I thought was just incredible. So Muhammad Ali for sure goes on my list, number 6.
Okay.
Right on.
Where'd it go? Here it is.
We do have the poll results for Norman Borlaug, and unfortunately, it's not for you guys. I should say they want a 4 seed for him. Are you okay with a 4 seed for Norman?
No, I'm leaving. Forget it. That's it.
That's it. All right, let's put him, we'll put him
I think the name recognition seriously plays a role in that one. And that's
part of it played the role. I think 4 is beyond. It's very, very fair. Absolutely,
it's 1 billion people.
1 billion people.
Yeah, I totally forgot about him. There's another example coming up that's similar to how many lives saved. I'm blanking, of course, on his name because again, it's not well known. It's polio vaccine. What's his name?
Oh,
Jonas Salk.
Yep.
Salk on mine.
Yeah, Salk. He's on my list as well.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you thought of him as well because these names are forgotten, and holy crap, like not only coming up with the first successful polio vaccine, but then just like saying, oh, now everybody can have it free. And this is one of the worst diseases known to humankind, and just choosing not to patent it and just make it public domain. Yeah. Holy crap.
Yeah, I've got him on mine. I mean, between him, I mean, the amount of lives that he saved as well is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
There it is.
Yeah. Just so you know, Dave, before you go, we still have a 2 seat open. So I just want to let you all know that. Keep that in mind. Okay, go ahead, Dave. What's your 6 seeds?
All right. So my 6 seeds, I have Cyrus McCormick.
Who's that?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, what was it? The Mechanical Reaper? The Mechanical Reaper, right? Yeah. He fed the Northern Army in the Civil War.
Revolutionized Northern agriculture and helped them industrialize for the Civil War. I have some second thoughts right now of ranking him this high, but I did put down Robert E. Lee.
I left him
great
off.
Field commander, terrible general. So I'm in our conversations, I'm reneging on that ranking, but he's down there, so that's what I got. My next one, this Andrew Carnegie. But if we don't want to include him, that's okay. I forget what he did.
Who?
Yeah, libraries or something.
Something about Pittsburgh. I don't know.
And then I have Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain.
Mark Twain.
Oh yeah.
I've got him on mine. He comes up a little bit later though.
Yeah, I have him as 11 seed actually, but I think he should be higher. The more I think about it, because he's so much about influence is how you communicate, and he was a master at communication, and he could have, I think, gone far in politics if he wanted to, but he didn't want to go. Jerry Seinfeld.
He was too smart.
Jerry Seinfeld. We also have Harvey Milk, though, is a good recommendation. That's
he's on my list. He's going to come up.
He's on my list too.
He's on my list for sure. Yep.
And I like your shout out, your number 6 there, Smith, with Shirley Chisholm. She didn't make my list. She was on it, and it's making me because that's heavy.
Dave, you're part of the problem then, Dave. You're part of the problem.
I am part of the problem. I'm part of a lot of problems.
Oh, I know.
Brandon, what was your 6 seeds?
Yeah, I had Cyrus McCormick too.
Oh,
weird.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I had Booker T. Washington. And then Henry Ford.
Okay.
And so I had Cyrus McCormick and I had Eli Whitney on the same seat.
Mm-hmm.
So on the 2 sides of
Okay, remind me again what everybody ranked Eli Whitney.
I had as a 3.
I didn't have him on there.
I didn't have him on. He barely missed my.
Yeah, no, he was up for consideration quite a bit. I was back and forth on that one.
And I just thought about it in context of slavery was on a rapid decline in the South.
Yeah,
until
absolutely.
that invention, and it's unintentional. It's one invention out of many, but we wouldn't have had to go through the compromises that we needed to that we attempted to go through after Manifest Destiny, and it just it created the hellstorm that was to come ahead. So that was my reasoning.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The Cyrus guy totally threw me off guard here. I barely know about this guy. Totally forgot about him. But you both had him ranked as a 6. So I'm just like, what that? So, Smith, did you have him on your bracket?
Who's that? Eli Whitney?
Cyrus McCormick.
Cyrus. No, I didn't have Cyrus
Okay.
McCormick. Yeah. As
All
soon as
right.
you said it, I was like, my God. Yeah, no, I didn't have him on there.
And then Henry Ford. Could you remind me about Henry Ford? I have him as a 4 seed. What does everybody have?
Him as a 4.
I'm at 6.
I have him at 11.
Okay, I think we should put Henry Ford to a poll because he is pretty high on our, and Henry Ford, of course, racist, anti-Semitic dude. We all know this, but also innovations, making the automobile affordable for the majority of Americans. Also, just working environment completely revolutionized with him, like saying, hey, I mean, he wasn't the first to do it, but he was definitely the one who popularized the 40-hour work week and getting paid overtime if you work extra, like the fact that you balance work and home life, and then you're actually more productive when you do that. The Model T alone, that one specific automobile. So I would say, okay, go ahead and put 2 on there, but 2, 3, or 4, I would say.
Have we figured out where to put Thurgood Marshall yet?
Oh, no, we have not.
Possibly a 2.
I mean, I would throw my hat for Thurgood Marshall in as a 2. That would be my.
I have him as a 3, so
I have him as a 3, but I would put him as a 2. If
Okay, so if you didn't even, what did you have John Marshall at though?
I had John Marshall at 10, which I know you don't like me for that.
5.
I
I just don't understand. Like Thurgood Marshall, sell him to me because he didn't even. He
4.
was a. He's not on my list. He was honorable mention.
Brown versus Board of Education.
Yeah,
overturning
to me
versus Ferguson. That's the
Yeah. I mean,
So for those who don't know, he was the attorney in Brown versus Board of Education that helped win that case. All right, that makes sense.
That they were able to take, under his direction, there were 6 other cases around the country that were all following the same suits, and they combined them together, moved them up the ladder, and Thurgood Marshall was the one that took that and argued that in front of the Supreme Court. I'd say, to me, even more so than what he did on the court. I'm not diminishing what he did on the court, but that is insanely influential. I mean, we can't argue against the fact that, overturning Plessy versus Ferguson, right, and getting segregation overturned in schools, public schools, is huge. I mean, that's just massive. That's just my opinion.
All right, that's good points. I don't think he should be top 5. I adamantly think because there were a lot of things going in motion that was probably would have led to the end of racial segregation other than him, I think. So I think to give him that much credit for ending racial segregation in schools, I mean, I don't know. I think he was a right place, right time type of fella. Not to again, he's one of my favorite justices. I don't want to downplay that, but I think, you could also make similar arguments about Rosa Parks, for example, like how she was. What did you guys rank Rosa Parks?
I didn't have her on.
No, I didn't have her on.
I didn't have
See,
her on.
to me, because I know there's a whole thing. There's oh, well, she actually wasn't the first and yada, yada.
Yeah, Claudette Colvin was on there.
But it doesn't matter. Again, it's about communication, and the message got out with her. That's the reason why Martin Luther King Jr. is a big deal, by the way, because he knew how to get the message out by the way that he was attracting media attention, especially at Selma. That was, it went worse than he thought it would. He didn't want people to get hurt on that day, but he knew that everybody would be watching. And I just think that some people, they make history. Other people kind of just right place, right time in their part of history. Does that make sense? And to me, Thurgood Marshall is more of like just that he was the right place, right time. I don't want to take anything away from him.
I understand what you're saying, but I would argue that right place, right time does not necessarily equate to arguing a case successfully in front of the Supreme Court, right? To overturn one of the worst decisions.
And if you consider the actual time of the early to mid 50s when that case was decided, the wheels of
54.
desegregation had barely started turning. So by time Brown versus Board of Education was decided in 55, this was like this was desegregation in its infancy outside of the U.S. military.
Right.
So
the fact that the justices made sure it was a 9-0, a decision as well, right? And Mr. Beat, as you said in your video, right? Who was it? Who was this? Who was the lead justice? Was it the Burger Court?
Warren
case.
That was the Warren Court, right?
The Warren Court.
Yes, the Warren Court. Who goes to
Earl Warren?
Earl Warren goes to he goes to the hospital to get his buddy who had a heart attack, right? To make sure that they all go 9-0 because they knew how important and influential this case was.
Yeah. Okay, you all have swayed me. I'm not sure where I want him. I don't think I want him as high as 2 for sure.
So Mr. B, where did you have him, or did you have him on your list?
He was like you mentioned Earl Warren. Earl Warren is on. He had way more impact than I think Thurgood Marshall in the long term. Like in terms of overall,
you can make it. Yeah, you can.
For
you
sure.
can make an argument for that. Sure.
By the way, the poll came in. Yeah, Henry Poll is going to be Henry Poll. The poll came in. Henry Ford is going to be a 3 or 4. What did it say?
3.
A 3, according to the audience. So,
3.
are all the 3s taken?
3.
Crap! Did we mess up?
3.
All the 3s are taken. So Henry Ford is going to be a 4.
All right. So which side?
All the 4s are almost taken too.
Wow.
Okay. This one. Well, no, we got 2. Yeah, let me show the big screen here so you can kind of see. We've got this 4 seed, that one. They got the 76-inch. Okay. Yeah, so I would just put him right here, Henry Ford.
Okay.
Is there anybody else we forgot? I know did we ever put Tecumseh up here?
No.
No,
we did not.
We didn't, but I know he was off of a couple of our lists, but we all agreed that he should be on there for sure.
And again, this was like the problem of we didn't know if he should be included.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody's saying that he shouldn't be.
Look at that. It's purple for Native American. I must have looked up what Native American meant the other day.
2 still available.
2 is still available. Is 2 too high for Tecumseh? It's okay. Be honest.
I maybe a little too high.
Okay. What we need to figure out this last 2 seed, I think. So who else can we look at again for 2 seed other than Thurgood Marshall?
Look at your sheet.
No, let's circle back and talk about it.
Oh, John Brown. What'd you guys rank John Brown?
Oh, he's on there.
13, but I can be.
I had him on my list, and I ultimately took him off my list.
Okay.
I did too. I took him. I was thinking really hard, but
he's an honorable mention for me for sure.
Okay.
Absolutely for sure, but
he should be lower than 2. Okay. What about
Ben Franklin's already on there. Wait.
I had Cesar Chavez at 8. What'd you have Cesar Chavez?
I had Cesar at number 4.
I had him at 9.
Okay. Let's just finish going over our 6 seeds though. I guess we never did that, did we? So let's do that first. Did Brandon give his 6 seeds? I don't remember.
We had Cyrus McCormick, Booker T. Washington, Henry Ford, and Eli Whitney.
Okay, mine were Thomas Paine, Horace Mann.
I juggled with him back and forth, man. I wasn't sure. He didn't make mine, but I could definitely say
I have him.
As a teacher, he probably should have made my list.
Yeah, he's a big reason why public education became a thing in the United States.
One of the reasons why I have a job. I'll give him that.
Yeah, why schools are a thing. And then I had Jane Addams as a 60.
People kept bringing her up in chat.
I made a video about her a few years ago, and I'm a big fan. Just really kicking off the progressive era, almost single-handedly, just creating a movement that just the roots really all trace back to Chicago because of her, in my opinion. And this is one that I'm surprised has not come up yet. William Bradford.
Yeah, out from the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Yeah, absolutely. He did not make my list, but
no, I didn't even think of him.
I didn't go, and I know we had
my brain didn't go back that far, even though I didn't discount it. Yeah.
I mean, I know we said the founding fathers were naturalized, but with the 1600s, I kind of just considered him as English.
Okay, fair enough.
You know what I mean?
So let's keep him off then. Yeah, because he's too far back.
That was the only reasoning that I went with on that one.
The United States didn't exist yet. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and unless somebody strongly disagrees in the comment section, I doubt that. They're still going on about 50 Cent.
I was going to throw Roger Williams on there. I'm a direct descendant of Roger Williams, and
I put Roger Williams. Yeah,
he was like my great grandfather. But
was he the Connecticut Puritan?
Yeah. He was Rhode Island.
Yeah, Rhode Island. Yeah.
Which I figured I should have free admission to Roger Williams University, but they don't seem to.
Yeah, no kidding.
Do the same thing, yeah. But it is what it is. But yeah, I figured the same thing with him though, considering that they were still English at that point,
Well, and also I had Anne Hutchinson.
Yeah,
she's another one. Gonna throw her off the list. But yeah, like the thing is, they did have going back to William Bradford. I mean, he was one of the dudes who signed the Mayflower Compact.
Yeah,
and that was a big influence on the Constitution.
Right.
So,
which is a fair point as well, right? I mean, I get that too. I mean, it certainly did, but I mean, could we then say the people that signed the Magna Carta, do they hold the same power as well? I mean, obviously, I'm being a little facetious, but you know what I mean?
No.
So I don't know. I thought the date was just so far back to the 17th century that it kind of was like, where we talk about Franklin and Hamilton. Obviously they started off, not American, but were there, right? They were part of that first class.
Well, the same thing could be said about William Penn too, because he was before.
Sure.
I mean, he died decades before the revolution. So I'm going to exclude him as well. This will actually free up some room, though.
Yeah.
This new rule, I like it.
Okay. It's fluid and exciting. What can you say?
Sorry, Ian Hutchinson.
Okay, so who's the 2?
We're still trying to figure out the 2 seed, though. What did you have, John D. Rockefeller again?
I had him as number 5.
12.
8.
Okay. I had him as a 10, so I don't think he should be as high as 2.
Okay.
Hey,
8,
chat.
9, 10.
Who should be the number 2? This last 2.
Yeah, throw it out.
Wait, who?
I saw Fred Durst earlier.
Do our job.
Well, let me revisit my seeds again. Let me look at my three. Oh, we still haven't put Susan B. Anthony up here, but we did. We put her as 3. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
There goes Jerry Seinfeld again. Okay, so who on here?
Well, what'd you guys have Henry Clay?
I had Clay at 11.
14.
7.
You're killing me here.
I'm sorry.
I have him as a 3. So, Frederick Douglass, have we got him yet? Oh, we did. Oh, he's a number.
We did.
1.
What was he at? He's at number 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Audience, speak up now. Not Taylor Swift. Come on.
Okay, no.
And we had Norman Borlaug as a number 4, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You already showed those.
How about one of my assassins? No.
Mr. Rogers, Betsy Ross.
Yeah, but see, we're not even sure if Lee Harvey Oswald did it. I mean, come on now. Come on.
Now the chat's gonna lose its mind.
We're sure now.
I know you just put out a video on that, Mr. B.
George, did you guys have George Mason at all?
No, I did not.
No.
I guess you don't care about the Bill of Rights. Let's see how it is.
Not really. No,
Yeah.
not particularly.
The what? I'm sorry.
I prefer 11 through 27.
And you didn't have John Rolfe, but that's no. He's not. He's disqualified because he's well before.
He's well before, yeah.
Okay.
Where did we put John Marshall?
We put John Marshall at number 2 seed.
Okay, he's
Okay.
on there. So we need
Wait, I don't see it. Where? Oh, down here.
All right, let's just go through our 7 seeds. I guess we'll figure this out.
We'll come back to it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are we at
Danny.
7?
Yep.
Sojourner Truth. I had Sojourner Truth as a 7.
Okay.
That is also where I had Mark Twain.
Oh,
That Carnegie guy that you guys were talking about.
Easy.
Carnegie. No, and George Lucas. I had George Lucas on there at number 7. I mean the impact of Star Wars, whether you're a Star Wars fan or not, you can't deny the fact that Star Wars has had a massive influence on the United States,
Hey Smith,
and the world. Yeah.
how many lightsabers do you own?
3.
If you poll just guys our age, that'll fill your number 2 seat up right there.
I just thought. I mean, look, we can't all. I wanted to go also, contemporary, right?
Yeah, for sure.
We still have people that are influencing the United States today. So I thought, get some of those contemporary folks in there as well.
no. 2s are done, I think. Wait, no.
We
got
still have
1,
one
2,
more 2 to do.
And then
Okay, so
3s are done.
I would say
3s are done.
2s are not done.
I said 3.
I know we're still stuck on this dang 2, and it's driving me nuts.
We will figure it out.
So Danny, where'd you rank Walt Disney?
Walt Disney, I had as a 13.
You had Disney as a 13 and Lucas as a 7. You kidding me?
Yeah, I know. There's a bit of a difference there. I'll give you that.
I guess you're just a big Star Wars fan. Okay.
I am. Look, I didn't say all of these rankings made perfect sense. I know. I understand.
I own a Jedi cloak.
Look, it got confusing after a while. Okay, leave it alone.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, got it.
Disney was also kind of a jerk a little bit,
Hey, Yoda.
Oh, definitely.
So I mean, look, they're all right. So I don't feel so bad. So he was kind of a jerk.
How many Funko Yoda Pops do you have? Or Funko?
None. And I pride myself. I don't own one Funko. And I'm not trying to put anybody down who does, but I own 0, none.
You're too old.
My wife would not let me buy them. I'm just telling you.
I have some right behind me.
And I have no issue with them. And my son would steal them and probably break them. So there's nothing I could do about that.
So we put a poll up for John Rockefeller. It looks like everybody thinks he should be lower down, like no higher than a 4. Okay. Did you say all your 7 seeds, Danny?
Yeah,
You did.
Okay. So Dave, would you have 7 seeds?
All right. So I have William Penn, who you had mentioned earlier. Obviously, Quakers were basically the first colonial group to be vehemently anti-slavery from the beginning.
Yeah,
So
right.
basically, the roots of manumission started with, I think, William Penn and Mary Dyer and the Quakers. My next one is Upton Sinclair. Again, from the progressive era, this book had it worked in terms of its intended and unintended consequences.
The jungle.
It upended food safety, and it also helped, amongst many others, give the rise to unionization and workplace conditions and immigration issues, a bunch of stuff. It opened people's eyes to a lot of really dark things that were happening in the American workplace, and it kind of helped, modernize the idea of workers, rights and healthcare, and it kind of ties into a lot of the Henry Ford stuff too. So Upton Sinclair. My next one is W.E.B. Du Bois. I think you had mentioned him earlier. And then I have Hillary Clinton, who is still a pretty divisive figure for a lot of people, but she kind of rejuvenated the activist role for first ladies in the Eleanor Roosevelt spirit. She became very active, in non-elected political positions to give rise to a lot of women to run for office. First female Secretary of State, unsuccessful run for presidency. I just think she's had a lot of influence for women in politics over the past 30 to 35 years. So yeah, she's my last 7.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, Brandon.
All right, I had Jonas Salk, who we talked about earlier. I had John Bardeen, who won the Nobel Prize in 2 different categories, won it twice for science, and was rated by Life magazine as one of the 100 most influential Americans to exist.
That's right, because we wouldn't even have computers if it weren't for him.
Yeah. So I think that was a little bit of a dark horse that people can overlook. Again, with like a Norman Borlaug, name recognition isn't quite there, but his legacy does definitely live on. And then I had someone on similar track, but maybe a little more nefarious, Thomas Edison. And then I had Henry Clay at number 72.
All right. So Rockefeller is a 4.
Okay. Do we have any 4s left?
I think so.
The last 4 spot goes to John D. Rockefeller. We're making it official.
Okay.
But we're
So
still,
we have all 1s, 3s, and 4s filled up.
Yeah. 1s, 3s,
All
and 4s are all
Still
filled
need
up.
the 2. What about?
I know we still need the 2.
Wait a second.
I know.
The Wright brothers.
I think we.
And
I put the Wright brothers. Let's go back to the Wright brothers might be the right stuff. The more I think about it, for the I had them lower down. Let's see. I spaced them out like at 13. They're both 13, but I don't know. I'm the more I think about this, I think they should be higher up.
I had them at 5.
5. Would you guys have them? Everyone
5.
have them?
Where did I have the Wright brothers? I had them at 15, but fuck, whatever.
4.
Okay, maybe they shouldn't be so high.
No, John Rockefeller. Oh, Wright brothers.
She's really nervous writing in permanent marker. Every time she does it, she's like triple checking.
We're getting a lot of folks in the chat to ask if we can recap the results real quick of what we got.
Oh, sure. And John Bingham, do you know who that is? This is actually a great suggestion. Do you guys know who John Bingham is?
Yeah.
No,
He was the guitarist for Fishbone. I know that.
John Bingham was
But not that one.
basically wrote the 14th Amendment, which is
That's a good point. Yeah.
Oh,
not the 14th Amendment. Wow.
got it.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Radical Republican as well.
So we got we haven't named the regions yet, but over here we got MLK Jr., John D. Rockefeller, number 1, John D. Rockefeller, number 4, Eleanor Roosevelt, 3, and then that's where we don't have the 2. And then Frederick Douglass in this one, number 1, Harriet Beecher Stowe as the 4, Andrew Carnegie at the 3, John Marshall as the 2. And over here we got Ben Franklin at the 1, Henry Ford at the 4, Albert Einstein at the 3, Thomas Paine at the 2, Harriet Tubman at the 1, Norman Borlaug at 4, Susan B. Anthony at 3, Alexander Hamilton at 2. So just to give you a quick rundown. So my 7 seeds were Oppenheimer, J. Robert Oppenheimer, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Elvis Presley. Oh, no one said Elvis yet.
No.
And the more I think about it, though, I think I probably ranked him too high. Like talking to you all, because I was like, oh man, I think the ones producing the music and the films and the shows and all this, we should probably focus more on them. But then again, a lot of times the performers
Necessarily.
the performers inspire. I mean, he is the king of
Sure.
rock and roll. Like, so yeah, he's a 7 seed. And then John Muir, also we talked about earlier, as my other 7 seed. So without John Muir, we maybe wouldn't have the national park system.
Yeah, good point. Definitely a good point.
Jerry Lee Lewis is a good one.
Johnny Cash.
Honorable mention I had. Dolly Parton.
Johnny Cash for short. Yep.
Dolly Parton is
Okay.
honorable.
Jerry Lee Lewis. I don't know. I'd kind of stay away from Jerry Lee.
What'd you guys have George Marshall at ranked?
Didn't have him.
14.
Okay.
Brandon.
I'm looking. Hold on, I had him here.
Yeah,
You
I'm the
did?
jerk on that one. Sorry, guys.
Could have sworn I had him. That was a big one of mine.
I'm trying to help.
Thanks.
I'm trying to help.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Look at your list so you can help yourself.
I left. Shoot, I left him off. I can't believe that.
It's all right.
He was a big one of mine. I had.
What about Elizabeth Cady Stanton?
No, I
had
went
4.
more. See, I went more with Susan B. Anthony on that one.
I think she should be up there.
We often forget that the progressive era was started with the reformers of the middle 19th century activists.
You're right.
That's why I put Anthony and Stanton real close to each other.
Yeah. And I don't have anything against Stanton. So, I mean, if we feel
I
like
hope
that
so.
you should be up. You guys feel that, that she wasn't on my list. If you guys definitely feel like she should be on the brackets, yeah, absolutely. I've got no issue with that.
I was going back and forth on her. I mean, she was definitely in consideration, to be honest, but I didn't have her on my list.
How about Oppenheimer as the 2? I know you guys had him pretty high. Didn't you?
I had him as a number 2 on my brackets. He was in my number 2.
Nobody in the chat tell me to put my shirt back on, please.
Hey, Dave, put your shirt back on.
I'm warm in here.
Can you see how many people just dropped off?
We're good. We're good. So, yeah, Dave, what'd you have for Oppenheimer?
I did not have Oppenheimer on my list.
Dang it.
I know.
Brandon?
He was my number 1.
Okay, he's just put him for number 2.
Okay.
That does it. I'm sorry, Dave. But
Well,
yeah, I think that's the reason why we hadn't been
Leave that up
bringing.
there.
So there's always a few, as we go through these lists, we leave people off, and you think, oh, that's
what
why
happens when you
there's
put
only
your shirt.
64 spots.
Oppenheimer. Yeah.
Only 64 spots. 250 years of history.
So Oppenheimer's he's the first, or he's in the same bracket as MLK Jr. All right.
Robert Johnson is the guy who stole his sold his soul. I'm sorry, I'm answering one of the questions on the chat. It said, "Who's the guy that sold his soul?" It's Robert Johnson. Crossroads.
Oh yeah. Couldn't play guitar, then learned how to play guitar.
Yeah, then somehow was like one of the greatest guitar players. It was a crazy story.
I had dinner with Robert Johnson last night. How about that?
No one cares.
Yeah.
So Oppenheimer has obviously gotten a lot more attention this past year for some reason. But I think I'm glad that movie was made. I'm glad the movie was, a phenomenal movie. Yeah, pretty big impact. So I feel pretty good with them being at number 2. So now we're starting with the 5s.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what we'll do now is there's another name that popped up that are you okay with Tecumseh being a number 5?
I would say that's fair.
For sure.
Yeah, he was my number 3. So
Absolutely. I would say that's fair.
Okay. So Tecumseh, cool. He can just pick one of the number 5 spots. We'll start moving a lot quicker now that we got that number 2.
Yeah.
Mhm.
None of you
And
guys
Mr.
had
B
Jackie
can breathe
Robinson
again.
in the top 6 so far.
What was that?
Nobody had Jackie Robinson in their top 6.
No, I did not.
No.
Oh,
No, he was a 10 on mine.
What side does it matter?
He's a 15 on mine.
I didn't even have Jackie Robinson. He was an honorable mention. Barely missed my bracket. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think.
But now that we can't include William Penn or William Bradford or all those, John Ruff. Yeah, I would say he's probably a 14 or 15 for me, Jackie Robinson. So Thurgood Marshall maybe for a 5 seed. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say within the top 5 is fair.
Yeah, he's my number 3.
I had him at number 3, but
Okay,
Right here.
sure. Yeah, you all changed my mind on that. So congrats on that. And we have, let's see, Henry Clay. Is that too high for him at number 5?
I had him as
I had
number
Clay at
7,
11.
I have him lower than that, but that's fine. Absolutely.
but,
I had
yeah,
a 3. I had him as a 3. Brandon, what'd you have him as?
7.
Okay, so you all okay with that then? Henry Clay for a 5 seed?
Yeah, for sure.
And
Okay.
apparently, he was one of the first people to ever try to smile for a photograph.
He's trying all right. Yeah, I mean, I really ought to make a video about Henry Clay because what he was able to get done, mostly behind closed doors, just meeting one-on-one with people when he was both in the House and later the Senate, just amazing. Wasn't just his speeches, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. All right. Let's see. Are there any other names that pop up a lot so far that have not been added that should be in number 5?
How many people did I know? We've had 2 people have Mark Twain, I think, right?
Yeah. I think Cesar Chavez has popped
Yeah,
up.
Cesar Chavez I had as number 4.
I have him as number 9.
I had a 9 as well.
I had him as a 8.
8. So 4, 8, 9, 9.
Tesla.
That's
So we
probably might be a little too high. We could bring this one to the poll,
Yeah.
the chat poll.
Oh, for who?
You want to?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, we'll do Cesar Chavez 5, 6, 7, or 8. I feel so bad that I'm making you do so much.
Did we ever
Wait,
place
6,
Harriet
7,
Tubman?
5,
Yes, Harriet Tubman is
5, 6, 7.
a 1 seed. You
Oh,
better.
one
be-
seed.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure.
Somebody brought up Rockefeller again, but I think we did put Rockefeller at number
Here. 4.
number a 4 seed. Yeah.
Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, so the poll is being posted
Okay.
for Cesar Chavez. I know another name that came up a lot so far is WEB.
Yeah.
I always say Du Bois. Maybe,
I say Du Bois.
but I'm just trying to be cool. So I had Du Bois as a 10 seed. What did you all have Du Bois again?
I had Du Bois at a 9 seed.
7.
4.
Okay. That might be another poll, possibly. Relying heavily on the audience.
Okay. We'll go.
So Cesar it's not looking good for him. A lot of folks are saying 8 seed for Cesar.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. 8.
Yeah, but let's
It's
just
pretty close to 7. Well,
34%. Oh yeah, it splits it up pretty well.
okay. And then this one for what numbers?
So for Du Bois or Du Bois, either 5, 6. Let's just do 5, 6, 7 for. Is that okay? Yeah. It seems like there's names I'm missing here still that we've.
Have we decided on Wright brothers yet?
No, we have not. And also Henry Ford. Oh no, he's 4. He's a 4 seed.
Okay.
So let's look at the Wright brothers as well. What did you have for Wright brothers again?
I had 5.
5.
And I had 13. Wait, did everyone have 5 other than me? For them?
Brandon, what'd you have?
My brother.
The Wright brothers, I had them low.
Do you not fly?
Low to the ground, or
Oh, wait, you have
500 feet, they went down.
Height anxiety? Sorry, buddy.
Henry Clay.
Shoot, I don't.
Oh, here.
It looks
I
like
had 15 actually. I had them way down there.
okay. Well, we can hold off on the Wright brothers, I think. All right,
Okay.
the poll for Du Bois was close, either 6 or
Yeah.
7. So we're still trying to figure out the last 5 seed. So I think
Okay.
what we'll do is we'll just go through our 8 seeds. Let's do that.
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
So I started my 8 seed off with the Sugar Hill Gang. I
Oh.
can't think of really many more musical acts that were as influential as they were with that first album coming out in 1979 with Rapper's Delight. They were huge, man. I mean, it's still, I mean, that they're just huge. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much, specifically in the last 40 to 50 years, completely changed music and put it on its head. So I had put the Sugar Hill Gang up at number 8. Then I went with I went with Ruth Bader Ginsburg as well.
Ah.
RBG. Obviously, she was just incredible. Steve Jobs. I threw Steve Jobs in there at number 8, and that is also where I have John D. Rockefeller. So
Okay.
Very interesting.
yeah, look, I told you I went real cultural. I did my best to do cultural. Let me put it
I'd
that
Steve
way.
Jobs as the 12 seed.
Did you? Yeah, but I was thinking, as far as music goes, man, the Sugar Hill Gang, man, they're huge. I mean, that was just such a momentous time in music and just a turning point.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I did not see that one coming.
Me the same here.
What do you have, Dave?
So I have Muhammad Ali, Harriet Tubman. We've already talked about her. Frank Lloyd Wright. Designed over 1,000 buildings, kind of key to urban planning in the last century. And Benedict Arnold.
Oh, Benedict Arnold.
Yeah.
Why'd you put him?
I believe that he heightened our awareness to strategy. And without that, I think intelligence infiltration during the revolution would have hindered us a lot more. We just forget how razor thin the advantages that we had were at the time period. So it's not so much what he did. I think it's how it eventually aided and abetted the revolutionary cause. So, yeah.
Fascinating.
Interesting choice.
Might not be right, but it's fascinating.
Sugar Hill Gang and Benedict Arnold. I was on.
How about that?
Brandon, what are your 8 seeds?
All right, I have Alexander Graham Bell.
Wow.
Now, he was born in Canada.
He's Canadian American.
Okay.
Nikola Tesla.
Also not born in the United States, but came here as a young
naturalized,
man.
Yeah. Oswald Avery, who, if you don't know, isolated DNA as a material of which genes and chromosomes are made.
Okay, could you
Hugely influential.
say his name again?
Oswald Avery.
I have no idea who this is.
Yeah,
Same here.
again, no name recognition,
never heard of
but
him.
extraordinarily influential.
Wow. I like how you all kind of went down the science lane more than I did, and I like that a lot.
Some would say we did homework. And then last 8, Walter Waters.
Walter Waters.
Walter Waters.
Yeah.
Not Walter White.
Not Walt. Yeah, I was gonna
Not
say
Walter
Walter.
White,
okay.
no.
He wrote Rapper's Delight.
What?
Is he not even coming up on Wikipedia?
No.
No, hold on.
What? Are you messing with me?
No. He doesn't even know who he
Are you
is.
drunk,
I'm
Brandon?
getting the information, okay? Walter Waters, a World War I veteran, led a group of his fellow veterans to Washington, D.C. to demand immediate payment of bonuses which were not due to be paid.
So he was part of the bonus
in
army.
1945.
Mm.
This
Right.
group was dubbed the Bonus Expeditionary Force or the Bonus Army. During their time in Washington, as they camped on the mall on the banks of Anacostia River, Waters acted as their leader and spokesman. So he's very influential in veterans' rights and veterans' benefits. And his actions actually inspired other people going forward to demand them as well. And that's why we have the VUs as well. So veteran rights.
Wow.
Sorry.
Look at you pulling this.
And-
Wow, man. Yeah, like you zeroed in on that one. That was impressive.
Never heard of this guy. There he is. Look at that stud muffin.
Dude.
Yeah. He's gonna
Awesome.
kick some ass, some senator's ass somewhere.
Yo, I
Hey.
mean, that was good.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's going to make the bracket, but I'm really glad you brought him to my attention.
Yeah. I never
Write
heard
him
of
down.
Okay, well, my 8 seeds were, let's see, I had Sitting Bull, who we already mentioned. Or did we mention Sitting Bull yet? Yeah, we
Yeah,
did.
he was my number
Yeah.
5.
Cesar Chavez,
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Edison, and Ann Hutchinson, which is disqualified. But yeah, so we've already gone over my 8 seeds. Maybe revisiting Thomas Edison. What'd you have it for him again? This might be one to put for number 5, a 5 seed.
I had Edison as a number 3.
I had 7.
I had 9. 5 makes some sense there.
I think we should put him in number 5. What do you think? You've heard of Thomas Edison. You know Thomas Edison.
Yeah.
Or should we do a poll for that? Okay,
The
5
other
or
2,
6.
the other 2 polls, did you write the results down?
Oh no! So
Wait, hold on.
we did a poll for W.E.B. Du Bois, and
Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. 6. Okay. What was the other one we did? It won't let me go back any further.
I can't see it on here either. Help us out,
What was the
chat.
other one the other poll that we did?
Let's go back and watch it.
Um,
Where's our producer when we need a producer?
Yeah.
does anybody remember?
Was it Rockefeller, or did we already have?
Or was it Du Bois?
Yeah, there was another one we did before Du Bois.
Okay.
Chavez.
Oh,
No,
it was Cesar
Cesar.
Chavez. Yeah,
But he was lower. It was like
yeah. It looks like
Yes,
they
it was
don't. The
lower.
chat was not liking Cesar for some reason. What'd you all have Chavez again? 'Cause I had
9.
I have him as 9.
all right. Well, very similar to Thomas Edison,
Mm-hmm.
but if it, Chavez was much more likable than Edison.
Yeah.
we're
How
calling
about
it Edison?
put Edison? Well, but the chat said he should be an 8 seed, so I guess
for Edison.
no for Chavez.
After Chavez.
So
Yeah,
how
I think
about just put for Edison 5 or 6, and
Okay.
that will be our sign.
Okay.
If they all say 5, then we'll just put them at 5. Okay, so let's go through our 9 seeds.
Okay.
Keep it going.
9, I had W.E.B. Du Bois.
Okay.
Ruby Bridges.
Ah.
I had Ruby Bridges on there. Still today going around, right? Still a civil rights activist for sure. And I go back a lot, again, and I know we're talking about influence, but I also I can't help but talk about, again, the bravery and courage that some of these folks had to go through. And Ruby was a child, and I mean, it was just I don't know, man. And obviously, still, I mean, what she did had incredible influence on the rest of the United States and the rest of the world. So I thought she was definitely up there. I also had Maya Angelou as well.
I was gonna like you have Ruby, but not Maya. Huh?
Yeah, I got Maya up there. Yep, they were in the same bracket. A little bit different, a little bit more. My last one, a little bit more in the contemporary side. Michael Jordan. I had Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
That was growing up, man. I mean, everywhere you looked when I was growing up, everything was all Jordan all the time.
Too.
You know what I mean? And so, yeah, he was the most well-known human being on planet Earth at one point, so.
Another MJ that was similar, Michael Jackson. I put him on mine later.
I have him on mine as well.
I have him later.
I haven't come up to him yet, but he's on there for sure. 100%.
2 MJs. That's right.
Yep.
Okay. This is getting interesting because I grew up with Michael Jordan as well. And I mean, I had his poster on my wall and he was my favorite player.
Yeah.
In any sport.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care what sport you play. I mean, people that are playing professional sports today, whether it's baseball, football, basketball, Jordan was one of their idols growing up. You know what I mean? It was just, dude was legit.
Okay.
Somebody mentioned Babe Ruth as well. Yeah. That's
Yep.
okay.
And I have Ruth on mine as well. He just comes a little bit later on.
5. Thomas Edison.
Okay, so Thomas Edison. It looks like that Edison will be the last 5 seed.
Okay.
So, according to the chat, the poll that we conducted, very scientific. 92 votes.
It's interesting, like what areas we all kind of gear ourselves towards when we kind of compile this list.
Definitely. I'm just happy Henry Clay got to be a number 5 seed. That I'm happy with
Yes.
that. Did we go through all yours?
No, I think Smith, you did all your 9s, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I have Edison. He's at a 5 now. Cesar Chavez, Sojourner Truth, and then John Steinbeck is, I think.
There you go. So folks know about John Steinbeck. Do we need because I mean, not everybody's read his stuff.
Yeah. If the high school kids are in there, they should have by now.
Certainly, yeah. Certainly an
Draft,
influential,
right? Maybe of Mice and Men. I think those are on the reading list. Yeah, lots of. I just love good social awareness for the time. Kind of tinted with a level of, I don't know. Just talking about why I like John Steinbeck. Humor,
He was able to sum up a generation.
Yes. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
At its most desperate time, I believe.
Well put. Yeah, I think that summarizes it quite well.
Yeah, good point.
All right. Brandon?
All right, I have Cesar Chavez, number 9. Robert Fulton.
Oh, the Steamboat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Steamboat.
Yeah.
Gregory Pensis. So he was integral to in vitro fertilization. So he did on rabbits first, and then it moved to humans.
How do you spell his last name?
Pincus. Again, it's not big name recognition, but hugely influential.
I love his picture. Put him on the bracket.
Yeah, but he's from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Come on. No.
I know.
No, so he co-invented who else did he invent it with? The oral contraceptive pill.
Let's see. Well, he did oral contraception, but he made headlines by achieving in vitro fertilization of rabbits. So he did contraception and in vitro. I can never say that word. in vitro fertilization, IVF. There we go.
There you go. IVF.
Which is, I mean, both are extraordinarily
Gotta be.
cute.
IVF.
Mhm.
In vitro.
Yeah, that's a good point, man.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then I had Edwin Hubble,
Hmm.
who basically defined modern astronomy.
Oh. Mhm.
Look at that pipe.
It's an awesome pipe.
Yeah, I
Pipe says it
totally
all.
forgot
Yeah,
about Hubble.
that's a great pick. I didn't have him on my list, but that's certainly a really good
That
pick.
is a good pick.
Gosh, dang, you've really got me questioning a lot of it. Like, I can't believe I missed all of these.
He was a good pick. Carl Sagan could have been a good pick on that as well in the same.
Oh, yeah.
I've got him later.
Yeah. I
Sagan.
don't have him on it, but Carl Sagan.
Again,
for sure.
Sagan was the one who communicated all this stuff. Kind of like I compare Sagan, of course, to Neil deGrasse Tyson today.
Yeah.
He's not.
Sure.
I mean, Tyson's not known for being the astrophysicist, like the best in his field. He's just the best at communicating it.
No, he's
Yeah.
good. Yeah, absolutely. He's very good
But
at
it's
getting the.
popular culture, right?
Sure.
But neither would be there without Hubble.
It's a good
There
point.
you go. There you go.
You know, that was the hard part, was tracing the lineage of something back, you
Yeah.
know, and saying, all right, we wouldn't have this person without this, without that. And that was tricky. That was hard to decide which, like, you know, which one of those in the lineage makes the list and goes up. That was hard to do.
Yeah, that's why I kept saying legacy. It's
Yeah, the
It's
stream
very
of thinking is
important.
certainly there for sure. you
The
know?
more I think about Hubble, the more I'm like, man, he should. I
Yeah.
think he needs to be on this bracket.
I agree.
Okay, my 9 seeds were Earl Warren, which I know I mentioned it earlier, but just kind of hear me
Yeah.
out a little bit here. You know, Earl Warren was definitely an activist justice. in my opinion.
He had no judicial restraint.
Yeah.
So,
So you know, it helps that I agree with most of his decisions that he made, but I think how effective he was at uniting the court. You mentioned earlier Brown versus Board of Education, like making sure that it was unanimous because he knew it was that important that the country was divided on the issue. So you needed unity within the court. But just all the decisions that came after Brown, such as Miranda v. Arizona, Loving v. Virginia,
yeah.
Brandenburg.
voting ones, Reynolds v. Sims,
Yeah.
Baker v. Carr. I just think
And he was very good at assigning opinion writers, which associate members would write certain opinions to be able to communicate those pieces out. He was very good at that as well.
There you go. Yeah.
Was he also with Tinker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tinker's 68, 69.
Yeah. Tinker v. Des Moines. Yep. That was,
Was that Warren Burger? I forget. Not sure.
yeah. It was around then.
I get the Warren. You got
he was-
Earl Warren. You got Warren Burger.
Yeah, I think he was towards the end of the Warren Court, Tinker.
And he was a governor of California before he was in the court. So he famously said that he regretted the internment camps of the Japanese Americans. That a lot of that happened in his state, and he changed his mind about that and was outspoken about that later on. Also, something we didn't bring up, the Warren Report, which investigated the JFK assassination.
Which,
led that.
Yeah, how truthful was that report? But we'll do that for another podcast one day.
It had issues.
There's no other podcast to talk about that.
The other report anyway, that's another podcast. Anyway,
Okay.
I don't have a problem. I think Warren wasn't on my list. I think he should be in the bracket, so I'm not gonna lie. I think he.
Okay.
I think that's my
I think he should be there.
Yeah, I think he needs to be on the bracket for sure.
All right, right on. Cool. Booker T was my another 9 seed. And then finally, my other 9 seed that I can't believe has not come up yet, Joseph Smith, founder of the Church of Latter-day Saints.
I oddly just thought about him a few minutes ago.
I didn't have him on there, and it was not anything against. It was I didn't think of it, honestly. That's certainly influential, 100%. There's no way you can argue that he wasn't.
Yeah. Well, and then also, it's a uniquely American religion. And then other religions started after him, actually. You could say was influenced by Mormonism in general. So, yeah. Anyway, I think a name that has come up a lot. Actually, I just pulled it up. Booker T. Washington, but he's
Mhm.
still not on this list, is he?
Nope. He was my
No.
number 6.
He was my 5.
Probably put him at a 6 then.
Okay. Are you all okay putting him in at number 6?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Maybe right here.
Do you
So-
want to look at the super chats?
Oh yeah.
That's me
While we're doing this,
talking
put
about.
some super chats up. So somebody said Woody Guthrie.
Ooh,
Patience, please.
Good one.
Patience.
Oh, I didn't even see
Like
Woody
that one.
Guthrie.
Okay,
Patient.
yeah.
I have a similar one to Woody Guthrie, but I have to save it till the end.
I got.
Yeah,
Okay.
Woody Guthrie.
Another John Brown nomination. Howard Stern.
Howard Stern is certainly influential. I mean, you can't argue that he's not. He's
Ooey.
king of all media,
Bowie.
man, for sure. I mean, you can't. Yeah.
The greatest guitarist of all time, in my opinion, Jimi Hendrix.
Again, patience,
I'll second
people.
that.
Patience.
And finally, Henry David Thoreau.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, Thoreau, big influence on
Yes, for sure.
also like how the rest of the world viewed the United States, I think.
Absolutely.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So we're working on the 6 seeds still. Any other names you want to bring up that should be a 6 seed?
So we're still.
We
I'm
have
going to
3
argue
six
Jackie
seeds.
Robinson. If we haven't seen the Jackie yet, have we?
I've got him, but lower on my list.
You guys still got him
Mhm.
lower?
I have him too, but lower.
I'm still fighting for Jackie.
I have him in my next round.
Cesar
Okay.
was 6.
No, he's lower than that.
Was he? And then this one.
Okay. How about Du Bois as a 6 seed? I think
I would say so.
we didn't put him up here.
Mm-mm. Not yet.
Oh yeah,
We're waiting.
he's a contemporary of Booker T, so
Yeah.
makes sense. Let's do it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Should we have
It's fine.
over here?
Just pick a spot at this point. And let's see. Any other names we should bring up for a 6 seed, or should we continue giving our other seeds?
Have we placed Muhammad Ali yet?
I had him as a 6.
Okay. I didn't have him on my
Okay.
bracket, but now that some of them have been knocked off, he might be like a
We have
I
one
didn't
6
have
spot.
15 seed for me.
Okay.
We only have one 6 spot or 2. Yeah, 1, 2.
Oh, we have 2. Yeah.
Okay. What about Sitting Bull?
Yeah, he was my number 5, but I don't know where you guys had him at.
I did not have him.
Oh, I have number 8.
I didn't have him on there, but I wouldn't argue against him being on the bracket.
Agree.
So,
Okay. So we'll hold off on him. What about Disney?
Disney, I have on. He's a little bit lower on my list, but I've got him on there. I got him at a 13.
And no one else does, though.
Jackie
Right?
Robinson? Gonna do that?
We already brought him up.
Oh, okay.
You yelled at me for having him after George Lucas.
Yeah.
Disney?
Oh, John Muir. We brought up a couple of us.
That
did.
name's been brought up several times.
Yep. I had him number 5.
Yep.
I
He
didn't
was
have him
mine.
on there, but again, I'm not going to block anybody's bracket on there either. I'm not going to argue with you guys.
No one else had him other than me and Brandon. Okay. Well, dang it.
Philistines.
Okay. The computer dude. Not the Google guys. John Bardeen.
John Bardeen, I did not have him on there.
But the more I think about this guy, I mean, I do think. I mean, if we had also the Salk, the polio vaccine creator.
Jonas Salk, yeah. I have him on mine. I have him as 12.
I have him at 11.
John Bardeen, I have as 8.
Bardeen or Salk?
Oh, Sulk, I have 7.
Okay, maybe we should. Okay, hold on now. Maybe we should have the chat weigh in on this one.
I'm ready.
I'm trying to find where I put Jonas Salk. Oh, I had him as a 9 seed. That's the other 9 seed I had. So who should be higher, John Bardeen, or just put
got
who
it.
should be higher, and then his name, John Bardeen.
Wait, what do you mean by higher?
Higher ranking, higher seed, or Jonas Salk. Because I mean, these are 2 names again that are not household names, but I think they
Can you
need
go
much
back
more
to-
recognition.
Yeah, I agree. Jonas Salk, I mean, for sure, man. There's no doubt. And
Jonas
Bardeen as well.
Salk or John Bardeen?
Yes. Okay, we got the poll here. So it's between these 2. I think whoever wins should be a 6 seed. What do you all? How do you feel about that? Between Jonas and John, or is that
Say
too
that
high?
Say what ranked is what?
So we're putting a poll. We're seeing if whoever wins out, either Jonas or John Bardeen, the dude who basically came up with the theory of conventional superconductivity, who basically led to the information age with telephones all the way to computers, or Jonas Salk, the scientist who was the one who developed the first successful polio vaccine and then gave it to the world for free. It's looking like he's going to win, by the way. Yeah, I think you all had him ranked higher anyway. Well, plus I totally forgot about John Bardeen.
Yeah, I didn't have him on there. Sorry.
You're welcome, guys. I got you.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, buddy.
Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, there's somebody in the chat keeps going on and on about Kurt Cobain. I love it.
Patience,
Who?
people, patience.
Okay,
God, how many times I gotta say this?
yeah, I would just end it. It's pretty clear. It's Jonas Salk will be another
Jonas Salk.
60. And then we have one more 6 seed. Any nominations from? Or we can just keep going through our lower seeds.
I think, yeah. Keep going through our lower seeds and see if one pops up.
Okay. All right. So go over your 10 seeds there, Danny.
Okay. All right. So here is where I got John Marshall. I know
All right.
Beat very much disagrees with the placement of that one. Should be 9 higher up than that. Now, so I got John Marshall for sure. My next pick, man, there's no way I could leave this person off of this list. Ray Kroc. I thought Ray Kroc had to be on this list for sure.
Yeah, but what about the McDonald's brothers? He ripped them off, right?
I understand that. No, you're right. But no, I'm not disqualifying them. But
he was
who's
the
the one that took it? Who's the one that took it and brought it to
Next
America
level.
would be Ray Kroc.
You betcha.
You know?
Okay.
And
Fair.
he absolutely ripped them off and did a huge disservice to them. I'm not discounting that at all. But you know, we don't have the McDonald's that we have today and the influence from without him. I don't think. Anyways.
Yep.
Michael Jackson. Got to put Michael Jackson. That's my other MJ, for sure. And this is where I start to hit a little bit more of my music, guys. Bob Dylan. I had to put Bob Dylan up there for sure. There's no doubt. So Bob Dylan. I mean, even to today, he's still going strong, man. So yeah, those are my 4: John Marshall, Ray Kroc, Michael Jackson, and Bob Dylan for my 10th. My 10th seeds.
Good. Nice. All right, keep it going.
All right, rock and roll. I love it. I have Robert Fulton, and Brandon. I think you mentioned him earlier. The idea that for the first time in human history, you can power a machine to go against the current. I mean, that's mind blowing. So I almost consider putting him higher. But Fulton, Jackie Robinson. I think I've been kind of convinced since our conversations. I think I would put him higher at this point. Alexander Graham Bell. And I threw in Michelle Obama.
Nice.
Right there. Yeah. And I think like she really has had a bigger influence than most people think on how she's convinced young black women and young black girls that they can do whatever the hell they want to do more than anybody else in modern history. And I see the results as a teacher over the past 10 years of African American girls going into areas of study that they never would have gone into 10 years ago. So that might be a correlate more than a cause and effect. I don't know, but I have a gut feeling that she's had a big influence, in African American families, especially in the upbringing of children. And I mean, she's awesome. I love her. So there you go.
Cool.
All right, keep it going.
All right, I have number 10, P.T. Barnum.
Oh, that's an interesting choice.
Mrs. Beat is related to
On my original
P.T.
list.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Tell them how you're related.
I can't remember exactly. 6 cousins, some 3 times.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a great choice.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
My other one is Langston Hughes.
Mhm.
No, Langston Hughes
Well,
was
there would be no
Andrew
Langston
Carnegie.
Hughes without Andrew Carnegie.
That's right.
Could
He
have
wouldn't have been born if it wasn't for Andrew Carnegie.
That's
I'm
right.
disagreeing that Carnegie shouldn't be on the list. Just missed him. Howard Hughes is my next one.
Another good one. Yeah.
That's a good one. He was on an
And-
earlier draft of my bracket. He didn't make the. he didn't make the
Yeah,
final draft.
I just feel he had such a huge significance on the American psyche.
Sure.
I chose him.
Mm-hmm.
And then Samuel Morse, which I think he did a lot for communication that we
Sure.
forget now that we don't use Morse code, but it was the precursor to kind of almost binary,
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
which is how we communicate constantly now.
Yeah. If you guys just excuse me for 1 second, keep going. I'll be right back.
All right.
Sure. All right. And then my 10 seeds were I had John D. Rockefeller, W.B. Du Bois. Margaret Sanger.
Oh,
Yeah. So mainly just because of her activism, just making it not so taboo, birth control. Now I know she was still a controversial figure, but today she's not so much.
mhm.
And then Bill Gates.
I have him.
Where'd you put Bill Gates at?
12.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I mean, who should be higher though, Bill Gates or Steve Jobs?
I know.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean,
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question.
Yeah.
It,
I don't think there'd be the computer market there is without Bill Gates, which Steve Jobs entered. I mean, that is my opinion. Because I think,
Makes sense.
but then Steve Wozniak was such a huge force in bringing home PCs or computers into the home to begin with. So that's a tough question.
yeah.
That one's tough.
I mean, his philanthropy kind of speaks a lot too.
then you got to bring in Melinda.
Well, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Gates has the edge a little bit. I put Steve Jobs on here lower. I put him as a 12. Bill Gates is a 10. So I just think Apple, sure, is a major force, but I just think Microsoft was a little bit bigger overall. And I know we're kind of when we think about Apple, we think about the last 20 years, like since the iPod and iPhone and iPad and all, like everything. But yeah, like people forget, but before that, it wouldn't even like Microsoft was leading the way as far as making it affordable to have a personal computer.
Yeah, and they were much more global too. They really were in the
Jobs.
global business of making sure every business had a PC in it, and it had to have Microsoft Windows. Whereas
Definitely.
Mac kind of came in later, and even Macs aren't even that much in business as much as PCs. I mean, I've never worked in a company that's had Apple, apart from media business, actually.
Yeah.
Good choice. Didn't Bill Gates he bailed out Apple? Am I
Oh, that's right.
Apple was going down, and Bill Gates came in and saved him because he understood the importance of having, more than one hand in the game.
I don't know much about that. Holy crap. That's something else I need to research more. I think we're putting a poll up, though. We're just going to see what the audience thinks. Like, who should be ranked higher, Bill Gates or Steve Jobs?
Excellent question for the masses to answer for us.
So it was August 1997. Microsoft rescued Apple on the brink with a lifeline of $150 million. So he rolled in and saved the company because he realized
what
that
seed are they looking the winner?
competition is good.
It doesn't matter. Just say who should be ranked higher. That way we
have
know.
my Apple Performa in the basement in a box.
Yeah, it's a good point. It was definitely avoiding monopoly for sure.
For sure.
It happened. I mean, regardless of the intentions, it certainly, it's a good point.
Yep.
I actually, I had Gates above. I'm sorry, I had Jobs above Gates, but I mean, look, I think it could go either way. Arguments can be made for either side for that.
Yeah. We've got a lot. I got a lot of viewers that are all about Eugene Debs and Huey Long.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Being inspirations for FDR's, well, not his early New Deal policies, but for his later New Deal policies, especially because they became further and further to the left by the end of the 1930s.
And I think that right there is evidence of the limitations of 64 people. I mean, because you see these names pop up and yep, absolutely. And it's really hard to, it's difficult, but what I like about it is it's spurring that conversation.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily debate, but it's kind of us working through it, and it's great.
I think so much of that is a generational question as well. I mean, when I was, early 90s, right? That was all about Windows. That was when we were getting our, I had the Commodore 64 before that, but like we were all getting Windows and all that stuff. And that was really that revolution at that time. The latter years, Steve Jobs and Apple, so a lot of that is generational, I think. And I don't think anybody's argument is wrong on that one, to be honest.
Absolutely. I would agree.
It's hard. It's a hard, it's a good discussion to have.
Looks like the audience says Bill Gates is should be seated higher than Steve Jobs.
Okay. Sure,
that's
fair enough.
And we still need to fill out the last 6 seed. So I just think we should probably take care of that before we.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
What do you think about JP Morgan? Did you guys rank him at all?
I did not have him on mine at all.
I didn't either.
I have him as a 12.
Bill Gates.
What do you want me to do?
Just write it down.
Right.
Who won the poll?
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, okay.
The seems to be a.
Were you not going to do Disney?
They didn't even have Disney You didn't have Disney very high, did you?
No, I didn't have Disney.
Disney had 13.
But no one else had it on the bracket, right?
No.
Yeah.
But I'm not against him. Like, I'm not saying that's a no-go for me.
Okay.
Because he's pretty influential in our culture.
I mean, and nobody had George Marshall very high.
I missed him.
I know.
I can't believe I missed George Marshall.
I had him, but I have him down at 14.
What'd you have him as, George Marshall?
14.
Yeah, I did not have him.
Gosh, dang, that really bums me out too.
I know. I look, man. I'll be honest. I dropped the ball on that one for sure. That's
okay. No, I dropped the ball with
man. It was hard.
All right. Do we have anybody else that might be there might be a chance to be a 6 seed?
Have we placed Wright Brothers yet?
I was gonna say Wright
No.
Brothers.
Should that be it?
I'm feeling it.
That could be it, or Neil Armstrong. Did we place him yet?
No.
Wasn't even on my bracket. That's probably why we didn't.
Yeah, he wasn't on my bracket either.
Yeah,
But I had the Wright brothers at 5.
Without the Wright brothers, there would be no space exploration.
Yeah.
All
There's
right.
a line of reasoning right there.
All right.
I would put it up there.
Wright
Yeah.
brothers. Do it.
How you answer an AP question.
Thanks. Yeah, Wright brothers will be the last 6 seeds. So now we're thinking 7 seeds. But yeah, let's just share our 11. Or are we on 11 seeds that we're sharing?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at 11.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and start sharing those, Danny.
All right, so this is where I had Henry Clay.
Okay.
Teaching early American history. There's about, I don't know, like 4 units that span Henry Clay. I mean, this guy was like immortal. Like, it was unbelievable. This guy was everywhere. Right? Every compromise from like about 50 years were written by this guy.
Telling you.
So certainly influential. Harvey Milk. I couldn't do a list without Harvey Milk. He needed to be on there for sure. You know, you want to talk about changing things for the LGBTQ community. He literally gave his life for it. You know, out in San Francisco. So he played a huge role in bringing some, you know, much needed and well-deserved dignity and respect to the LGBTQ community. So Harvey Milk for sure. This is where I had Langston Hughes.
Okay.
And my last on number 11 is Ida B. Wells.
Oh.
I thought she was phenomenal. I mean, you name it, Ida B. Wells was doing it, and she was doing it well. You know, and she was, you know, massive, right, in the civil rights movement, and right, obviously in the creation of the NAACP. So, you know, I think she did a hell of a job. So that's mine: Clay, Milk, Hughes, and Wells.
Good list. Okay.
Brandon, this time you go because you have an interesting 11 that magically matches.
I have Ida B. Wells at number 11 too.
Oh. Beautiful.
Nice.
I got it right there. And then I have Mark Twain as my number 11 because I think they're
Oh, look.
very similar.
I had him at 7, so he was on my list as well.
And this is where I had Neil Armstrong as my number 11.
Okay.
And then my number 11 on the other one is Charlie Chaplin.
Oh.
Ooh, great choice.
He pioneer in, he basically helped create Hollywood along with a few other actors. And his, I mean, you can still watch him without him speaking and know exactly what he's saying.
Gave
And
the best speech of all time, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah. And that takes serious talent. And it's a talent that he had no one else to look up to do, especially, I mean, you could look up to theater people, but doing it on movies is a lot different.
Now, did he ever live in the United States? I know he lived there, or he made movies there, but he's from. He's from the
You
UK.
can't be. Oh,
That is a good point.
Oh,
English comedy.
In the chat.
Yeah. So
Sir Charles
Sorry,
Spencer
sorry,
Chaplin.
Charlie.
Yeah, he's got
Charlie, what'd you do to me? All right,
Still great,
well then I'll move my my bracket or my seed up to Sinclair.
I mean, he's a sir for crying out loud. We don't need those sirs here in America.
Oh. Down with the monarchy.
I had Paul McCartney. I'm out.
All right.
Did you move up?
Upton Sinclair.
Oh, yeah.
Dave, what'd you have for 11 seeds?
I have got for 11 Henry Ford, Malcolm X.
Nice.
Have we got Malcolm X yet?
Yeah, we talked.
Yeah, I had Malcolm X at.
We don't have one.
That's right, you did.
I had him at 6.
At 6. I've got Jesse Owens.
Great choice.
And then I have who we've talked about already, Jonas Salk.
Okay. And I also had for 11 seed Mark Twain.
Mm-hmm.
So great minds think alike on that. I also had Rosa Parks, which I'm kind of blown away that she hasn't been mentioned by any of you yet. She's kind of one of the first people I learned about as a kid in history class. Well, even before history class. And let's see. Oh, Crazy Horse.
Oh,
That's
you
a great
stole
one.
it from me.
Oh, you had Crazy Horse?
I got it at 13. Yep.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we don't even know what he looked like, but just
Yeah.
of course, there's that giant monument they've been trying to build in the Black Hills, South Dakota.
Yeah, that
They'll
thing's
get it
massive.
done in like two.
No
2
one's forehead is that big. It can't be that.
Yeah. But kind of, he was mythical right after he died. I mean, he's just a legendary figure that was larger than life in so many ways. And
Yeah.
I mean, primarily known as like a great wartime leader, but I think he also had, from the little we know about him, his charisma and his ability just to lead in general, I think was pretty inspirational. That it went well beyond the Lakota people. And let's see, what else did I have? Oh, Betty Friedan.
Betty
Mm.
Friedan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, her writings, The Feminine Mystique is the big one. Sparked the second wave of feminism. And even like the activism also that she was involved with. So did you have, any of you have Betty Friedan on?
No, I had her as an honorable mention.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, she's still to this day, it's phenomenal.
All right.
You want to go over the bracket?
Yeah, let's,
because people are asking about it.
we need to finish this thing. I know this is taking longer than I was anticipating. But here's what we got so far. Can y'all see that? We've got Ben Franklin, 1 seed, Tecumseh, 5 seed, Henry Ford, 4 seed, Wright brothers, 6 seed, Albert Einstein, 3 seed, Thomas Paine, 2 seed, Harriet Tubman, 1 seed, Henry Clay, 5 seed, Norman
Borlaug.
Okay, that's a G. Sorry, 4 seed. I was like, what is his name again? Booker T. Washington, 6 seed. Susan B. Anthony, 3 seed. Isn't it weird how just randomly history's like, we're always going to call you by your middle initial. Yeah. Alexander Hamilton, 2 seed. Over here, we got John Marshall as a 2 seed as well. Andrew Carnegie, 3 seed. W.B. Du Bois, 6 seed. Harriet Beecher Stowe. What is that? 4 seed. Thomas Edison, 5 seed. Frederick Douglass, 1 seed. Oppenheimer, 2 seed. Eleanor Roosevelt, 3 seed. Jonas Salk, 6 seed. John D. Rockefeller, 4 seed. Thurgood Marshall, 5 seed. And Martin Luther King Jr., 1 seed overall, probably. We just want to remind you, if you're joining us in the audience, that presidents are excluded. Just so we're clear on that. And we're still trying to figure out 7 seeds. I still kind of might just go ahead and put Cesar Chavez at a 7 seed, because I know the audience wasn't having him very high, but we can go against the audience. What do you guys think about
They have
that?
6, I think.
At this point, it's all a blur to me. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I'm thinking a 7 seed would be appropriate for him because
Yeah.
we all ranked him relatively high.
Cesar as a 7 seed for sure.
Okay.
7?
So a 7 seed for Cesar.
I have Cesar bias for sure.
Here?
Yeah, me too.
All right. What else for a 7 seed? Are we ready to? Is there any that all 4 of us have mentioned that have not made the bracket yet?
I don't think so. I blame Brandon for that.
What did I do?
You just had a lot of wild cards. What about going back to John Bardeen? Should we?
Yeah,
I don't know. I just
I mean, he's pretty prolific, but the name recognition isn't quite there. But
Yeah.
but that's not. In my opinion, I don't think that should even matter.
okay,
No, I look, I wouldn't be against him being up there. I didn't have him on my list, but I'm not going to argue against him. Did we? I know you just read everything off, and I should have listened closer, and I'm sorry. Mark Twain, and I know I asked this before,
Not on there yet.
You're not on there. I had him as an 11 seed.
because I know a few of us have said him, because I've had him as a 7 seed as well.
I had him as a 6.
I'm as 11 as well.
There's 2
So an
7s.
11, 11, a 6, and a 7. So we all four have him on there. So I think you should see it somewhere.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's ask the poll for Mark Twain. The more I think about it, I probably should have ranked him higher, actually. But maybe like either a 7 or 8 or 9 for Mark Twain.
Mm-hmm. And then, like I said, I had Muhammad Ali as a 6. Did anybody else have Muhammad Ali?
I had him as an 8.
So it's 2 of us got Muhammad Ali, 6 and an 8.
Okay. I still can't get over John Brown, too. I had him as a number 2. He single-handedly almost
Right.
started a war, the bloodiest war in American history.
Yeah. If you ever have a chance to go out east, go to Harper's Ferry. It's
Yeah.
I
really
went
cool place to visit.
when I made a video about him a few years ago. I went to all the spots around here.
Oh, cool.
Osawatomie was his main stomping ground, which is about 40 minutes from where we live.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what the poll say for
Let's see.
Mark Twain? Looks like it's going to
7.
be a 7. Oh yeah.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So there's 1 7 left.
1 7 left.
Mm-hmm. Or after this one. Do you want Mark Twain?
No, there's two. There's 2 7s left. Yeah.
Oh, there's 3. 1, 2, 3.
I would put him. Doesn't matter.
So now we have 2 left.
All right. We want to keep going before we finish this bracket. Let's just keep going. What are your 12 seeds?
What do we got? 12? 12 seeds, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
Okay. This is where I had Susan B. Anthony.
Okay.
It's also where I had Bill Gates.
Okay.
Huey P. Newton.
Oh,
Put Huey P. Newton up there. Obviously massive, right? Him and Bobby Seale and coming up in Oakland, starting the Black Panther Party for sure. And another group, the Little Rock Nine. I had to throw
interesting.
Yeah.
I think someone mentioned that in the chat.
That is my 12. Huey P. Newton, Susan B. Anthony, Bill Gates, and the Little Rock Nine.
Okay.
I like those. So mine are mostly people we've talked about so far. We got Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, Bill Gates, and then Joseph Smith, who we said earlier. Shout out to all the white salamanders in New York State.
Yeah, I had Joseph Smith at 9, so I think he definitely.
Yeah, I didn't have him on there, but again, I wouldn't argue with him being on the bracket for sure.
And for the record, he was a horrible human being.
He was. In my worst governors video, he was the worst governor in American history. Yeah. All right. Or no, that was Brigham Young. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm mixing up Brigham Young and Joseph Smith.
Much better.
Brigham Young was the worst governor. Okay, Brandon.
All right. I had Benedict Arnold. Herbert. Not Herbert Hoover. Hoover.
J. Edgar.
J. Edgar Hoover.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a.
Look at his picture there. Jeez. Ugh.
Yeah.
So
It really captures the essence.
And then I had General Patton.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
And then I have to agree with Dave. I had Lee Harvey Oswald.
Didn't make the grade on that.
I don't think the assassins should be on this bracket. I'm kind of
all right. We can take him off. That's fine.
sorry. I don't know. Maybe the audience disagrees with. J. Edgar Hoover. Holy crap! I can't believe I didn't think of him. Of course.
Yeah.
I consider putting him on there, man. But I struggled with the moral aspect of me putting him on there, and I know it's not about whether somebody was necessarily good or bad,
Right.
and the influence. And I got that, and I'm not arguing that. But I just had COINTELPRO and all that other stuff. I had an issue putting him on. But can you argue that the man was not influential? Of course he was.
Yeah, I almost put him higher because he created the FBI, and look what the FBI.
Yeah, and again, I understand it's not about good or bad. I get that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna not call myself out on that one.
He created the deep state, man. Freaking J. Edgar.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got
a little salty at the FBI killing Fred Hampton on that one.
Oh, I wanted to put Fred Hampton.
I wanted to put Fred Hampton on there, but I feel like the FBI killed him too early. You know what I mean? He was what, 21?
I literally thought the same thing. Yeah, even if he was around for a few more years, Fred Hampton would be on this bracket.
My God, yeah, the original Rainbow Coalition. I mean, that was the guy. Anyways, we can go on for hours about Fred, but yeah, I feel like he was cut down too early.
If you don't know who Fred Hampton is, check him out, folks.
Please do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no. The reason why I was thinking about Brigham Young is that he was a 12 seed for me. Brigham Young. There is no Utah without Brigham Young. So shout out to all the fine folks who live out there in Utah, the great state of Utah. Steve Jobs was another 12 seed for me.
Okay. I had him on mine.
Sacagawea.
There you go.
We kind of forgot about Lewis and Clark, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I think we should lump the three of them in together.
I am not going to disagree with you about that.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight you on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because obviously, I mean, you are right that without her, they don't make it back.
Yeah,
but they still came back with the information that we needed to expand westward. So I'm not discounting them just.
And they're the ones who planned the whole thing to begin with.
Right.
I mean, along with Thomas Jefferson. Okay, and then finally, Lucretia Mott is my
great choice.
Speaking of Quaker,
Yeah.
Great choice.
I believe she was at Seneca Falls. Yes, she was.
She was.
Yes, she was.
And there's a certain point though where I feel like we have to kind of start weighing. Like we have a bunch of women's rights activists that were all contemporaries between the Civil War and the Progressive era, who I feel like, we could have a really long discussion debating which one had more of an impact, because a lot of them, it's sad to say, we tokenize them in history. Like history books tokenize them so much, and that's why I feel like we're having a harder time. Like, who had more of an impact? You know what I mean? But I mean, I still think Susan B. Anthony is far above all the other ones. So I'm glad I feel comfortable with.
I mean, you could throw the Grimke sisters in there as well. They were, and on multiple fronts, right? They were waging battles for sure.
I'm gonna put Jane Addams on here.
Well, I mean, did you have Jane Addams on your list at all? Your list?
I did not.
Brackets?
No, and I'm ashamed of that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just a big Jane Addams fan.
Yes, and I'm not gonna lie. I mean, she rightfully deserves. I believe she deserves to be on the bracket. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I mean, and like I said, when I say I'm ashamed of not having her on there, I'm dead serious. Like, she should. I personally believe she should be in the brackets.
All right.
So
should we?
I think we need to
get the
7.
We need to go to bed is what we need to do.
All nighter. We're pulling in all nighter.
Thank you. Hey, let's get some super chats for Mrs. Beaton here.
Yeah, there you go.
One person clapped.
Please clap.
Come on, guys.
How about Bill Gates for one of these 7s? Are we good for Bill Gates with the 7? Is that too high?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm definitely down with that. 100%.
Okay, let's do. You pick a 7 for Bill Gates, and then let's see what else we got. Anyone else you want to throw out that you really think should be a 7?
Do you know who I'm going to say?
I don't.
Jackie Robinson.
Oh, Jackie Robinson.
Is Jackie Robinson? Yeah, for sure.
I can do that. I had him at 14, but yeah.
Okay,
Huge fan,
fine.
so-
Go. He wasn't even on my bracket. Go ahead.
Little Rock 9.
Yes.
Okay, so Jackie Robinson, the other 7.
Is it KIE?
Oh, right here. Yes, it's JACKIE.
Robinson.
I'm aware.
Yeah, it's
Someone said Mrs. Beat the heroine. We need, but don't.
Right.
Yeah, this isn't happening without her. Just let you know. I think.
Oh yeah, Emma Goldman's another one that progressive era.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think she was a radical leftist.
She's definitely right.
Oh, leftist.
Okay, so we've got the 7s filled out. Now we're doing 8 seeds. I feel like we have so many different ones we've said that's the challenge.
We have a lot that were just one-offs, you know what I mean? And so
yeah.
it's difficult to kind of get a consensus on those.
Okay. Then I say we just push through our own brackets and then sort it out. I think this will like wrap up pretty quickly after we go through all of ours.
Oh,
Yeah.
So what are you doing about Lewis and Clark?
Oh, Lewis and Clark. If we lump them together with Sacagawea, would you be comfortable giving them an 8 seed?
Yep.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
So just put Lewis and Clark and Sacagawea, but you have to fit it all in there somehow.
I got
Yeah, good luck, Mrs. Meat.
Yeah, it's an 8 seed somewhere.
I'm feeling over here. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Jesse Jackson. Good one, Carl.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
Underrated for sure.
Yeah, that's a great one. Yeah, you're right.
Shirley Chisholm, were you the only one, Danny, who said?
Yeah, I had Shirley at number 6.
Yeah, I just I guess I don't know enough about her. That's my problem so that's why I didn't put her on my bracket.
Mm-hmm. That's what we're here to break, Mr. Beat.
Yeah. All right, let's just go through our 13 seeds.
We're on 13 seeds, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a little eclectic in this one. Dr. Seuss, Ted Geisel.
Oh.
You know, I read Dr. Seuss to my son still quite a bit. So, it's definitely influenced a generation of writers. This is where I also had Disney, where I got yelled at for it. George Herman Ruth, known as Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth.
And Mr. Fred Rogers.
Nice.
My son and I still watch Mr. Rogers. He says, Daddy, can we watch that man? And so we'll throw on Fred Rogers. And that guy is just phenomenal. I mean, the work that he did in front of Congress as well, he did a lot, right? And to make sure that public broadcasting was paid for and it was free. He did a lot behind the scenes. So yeah, Fred Rogers for sure.
Yeah.
So you put the Yankee below the Dodger. I'm just making sure that I'm correct in that.
Yeah.
Go.
Because I'm a Mets fan, so we are part Dodger blue, and I'm gonna put the Yankee way below the Dodger.
Yeah.
Right on.
There's Dan guys. There's a lot of advocacy going on in their list as opposed to analysis. Well, I mean, Dan, we don't have that much time. We're just trying to go as quickly as we can here.
Everybody needs to go to bed. Hey, we're Eastern time zone. I mean, come on.
Yeah, for real.
I got to teach about the Missouri Compromise tomorrow. Oh, God.
They're an hour ahead of us.
Oh, well,
gosh,
come
I feel bad. Okay, what else you got? Okay, keep it
13,
going.
I got John Brown. Talked about him already. William Randolph Hearst.
Ooh, almost
Yeah.
single-handedly starts a war. That's a good one.
RFK, but I'm kind of shaky on that now. And then I got Crazy Horse.
I feel like we
Okay,
need to
Okay.
rank Crazy Horse because
Robert Kennedy got a lot of love from my viewers. A lot of people recommended him on this bracket.
And then I
Because-
just started thinking it's name recognition.
Yeah, I go
not
back and
dare
forth.
name his assassin. I wouldn't put any assassins on the list. But
He did go after the mob.
He did go after the mob.
Yeah,
You know, he's another one that I feel like he got killed when he was just getting started. You know, not to stop or to say anything about what he did accomplish, because in the his brother's administration, the attorney general and all. But I feel like he was just, it was another one that was taken down before we got to really see. I think we knew who he was, but I don't think we got to really see what he was able to do.
He would have run for president for sure.
Oh yeah.
He would have won. You mean?
He would have run for president.
Oh, he already was running.
He was running, and when he got killed in '68,
Yeah,
he was running.
He was already in primaries. Yeah,
See? I was right.
Yeah. And there was a good chance he was going to win. I mean, there was certainly a good chance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Eugene McCarthy was still in some of his thunder, but he wasn't as charismatic. McCarthy wasn't as charismatic as Kennedy was. All right. Oh, whose turn is it? Sorry.
It's mine.
Okay.
So I have Orson Welles.
Ooh.
Yes.
That's a good one.
I just watched Citizen Kane the other day, and
Rosebud.
Yeah, you fell asleep during it. Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
All right. What else you got?
Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, nice.
That's a good one.
Arno Allen Penzias. Not sure if I'm spelling or pronouncing the last name correctly. It's Penzias, but he was one of the scientists that found background radiation, which then went on to prove the Big Bang Theory.
Nice.
Holy crap.
Great science picks, Brandon.
Passed away.
Well done, sir.
Just passed away a couple months ago.
Yeah. And then I got an eclectic one here. L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, he's very influential. He's a crazy person, but he's had a huge influence with Scientology and that church on not our government, because they infiltrated our government and the way we have to deal with churches' rights.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Hubbard was an honorable mention for me.
Yeah.
My 13 seeds. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. My 13 seeds, I had Sam Walton. I think Walmart has been a
right? Yeah.
influence on this country. And I kind of, everything I've read about him, I admire the dude. I think it went wrong after he died. But yeah, just for better or for worse, Walmart has changed this country dramatically. Let's see. Orville. Oh, yeah. This is where I put the Wright brothers. So we already took care of that. And John Calhoun, who has not come up yet.
Wow. Okay.
Ooh.
John C. Calhoun.
John C. Calhoun, possibly the scariest man to ever walk the earth.
Yeah.
That man's face is the thing that nightmares are made of.
That's not even the craziest picture.
No, the one where he looks like the Crypt Keeper is amazing. Like that.
It looks like his mother just flashed him.
Yeah, the black and white one where he's like, it's, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'll put that on the screen now, I guess, just for fair warning.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And I always tell my students, like, imagine you're going to get like milk in the middle of the night and you close your refrigerator door and that guy's just staring at you. Like, it's just, God, that's what nightmares made of.
How high up can we move him in the seatings?
Yeah, well, the reason why I put him on here is he was a vice president, but I think under presidents from different political parties, I should add. But really, the fact that he was one of the loudest states' rights dudes before in antebellum America.
Yeah.
And yeah, sure, he talked a lot about tariffs and stuff, but the nullification crisis, that was largely something he led. And then his influence, like in terms of like kind of riling up the entire South against the northern states, I think it's a big deal. So
sure. In his time period, he was absolutely, and specifically that, vice presidents historically aren't very influential, but you know, he certainly was. You know, where you want. With I was about to say it's not often when you see a president want to kill the vice president, but
Yes. Yeah.
you know,
legit. Look it up.
yeah.
Okay,
So,
so
we need 8s.
we still need 8s. Are we ready to? We never put the John Bardeen guy on here. Should we go ahead and put him on number 8?
I'd say throw John Bardeen on there.
Okay, I'm for it. Even though I totally forgot about him, I don't even care. It's so for one of the 8s, John Bardeen, the computer guy, because we wouldn't even have a Steve Jobs or
We've got a few, right? Didn't a few of us have Langston Hughes? Is he on there?
Yeah,
2 of us
this
did.
is,
Okay, I had Hughes at 11.
I did not, but I can move up because I had Langston for honorable mention, so I'm totally down with that.
I had him for honorable mention as well.
Yeah.
8 might be a little too high for him, though.
Mhm.
I don't know.
All right. Any more 8s?
Are we okay with Elizabeth Cady Stanton being an 8? See?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Can you bring that up here?
Okay. Nice. Another 3 name.
Yeah.
Thing to squeeze
Hold on a
onto the
second.
bracket.
Wait, go back. Give me write her whole name.
Yeah. Probably better. So people that's how they know her by. All right. Any other 8 seeds we
got.
jumping out at us?
We have one more.
Did we do Henry Ford? We did. Of course
Yeah.
we did.
There.
Okay.
Mm.
What about Hubble? Was that?
Oh, that's another good one.
That is a good one.
Yeah, but right here.
John Muir,
Yeah, that's a good one.
because that came up on everybody's
Oh,
bracket, right?
Langston
He was
Hughes.
my
I
number
didn't have
5.
him, but I wouldn't fight against that at all.
Okay. Well, wait. What did Dave have? Because if he didn't have him, I don't.
You have John Muir.
I do not.
That's why we left him off.
Good job, Dave.
Did we
Sorry.
get Disney?
You ruined it. Okay.
What about
Okay.
Disney? Did Disney make any?
I'm still waiting for. I want Disney to be up here, but you all don't.
I
put Mickey
Disney
Mouse.
I put Disney as my 13. So he was just in my last bracket.
What was?
I didn't know if anybody else had put him.
Brandon, Dave.
I'm not against it because I understand the significance. So he wasn't on my bracket, but if you want to put him up there, I'm not against it.
I would say the same.
Okay.
8.
Yeah, I guess. I feel bad though.
Oh,
All right, Walt Disney, the last 8. So we got the 8s filled out. Let's. I think what we should do before we finish this bracket is let's just say the rest of our seeds, because we've got the 14, 15, and 16, right, to go
Yep.
through.
Yeah.
Let's just knock them all out, and then we can.
Just
Let's go back. Yeah, then we'll
each
All right.
other.
make arguments for and against. You know, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, 14.
Yes.
All right. This one is a fun one for me. Billie Jean King.
Okay.
oh, okay.
Had to
I
throw Billie Jean
thought
King
about
on.
her.
Yeah, she was,
I'll be right
you
back.
know, I mean, the battle of the sexes, all that stuff, really kind of brings, you know, women's sports up, for sure. So yeah, Billie Jean King for sure. Old Blue Eyes, Frank Sinatra. Had to throw
Oh,
him
yeah.
out there as well. You know, I mean, just the guy was just phenomenal. Baird Rustin. Definitely had to throw Baird Rustin on there
Wait,
as well.
who's this? Say again.
Baird Rustin. Bayard Rustin.
Baird.
Bayard. Bayard Rustin.
Oh,
Bayard.
okay.
Rustin.
Bayard. Yes.
Yes, Bayard Rustin. Yes, very. Yeah, obviously activist, civil rights activist, gay activist, for sure. And Stan Lee. Had to put Stan Lee on there.
Oh yeah.
Good one. I like it.
Yeah.
All right,
Those are
14.
mine.
We got George Marshall, Henry Clay, Samuel Morse, and then Satch Louis Armstrong.
Oh,
Ooh, very nice.
yeah. I'm surprised we haven't heard him yet. Yeah, I think I had him on here too, or maybe not. Might have been honorable mention. Okay.
Yeah, Louis Armstrong for sure.
So this is where I put Jackie Robinson. Then I had Nat Turner.
Ooh, good one.
I had him in there.
Then I had Carl Sagan and Maya Angelou.
Okay.
So that's 2 for Maya.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 for Maya. First one for Carl. All right, and then for my 13 seeds, 14 seeds. Sorry, I had Ralph Waldo Emerson. Have we mentioned him yet?
No,
No,
that's
we
a great
haven't,
choice.
but I thought about him.
Yeah, for sure.
Great choice.
Yeah, I mean, I think mainly for this word right here, individualism, which I think defines our American culture more than anything else.
Yeah.
Sure.
His
Absolutely.
influence on that idea. And then let's see, I had John Dewey, which I kind of go back and forth on this one. He was more of a ivory tower type, but I think still had a big influence that trickled over to American society, broadly speaking.
Right.
And I had Amelia Earhart from Kansas,
Oh.
of course, so I have to bring her up.
Yeah, good choice.
Great museum, by the way, if you ever are
Where is it again?
Atchison, where she's from, Atchison, Kansas.
Okay.
Not too far from Kansas City.
Right.
And then, here's one that might surprise you. Rachel Carson.
She's a great choice. I didn't have her on mine, but she's a great choice. I think she needs to be on the bracket.
I came across her and I left her off. I didn't have her in my honorable mention, but I did briefly think about it.
Yeah.
Well, just mostly because of the her influence with Silent Spring.
Oh, yeah.
Again, a book that just changes
Mhm.
not just the national conversation, but globally launched the modern environmentalism movement. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. 15 seeds.
Okay. Is that me?
It's you, brother.
All right, that man is zoned out. Okay, 15. Jack Kerouac.
Oh,
good. Yeah.
Another American
Jack
writer.
Harlow? What?
Had to go Jack Kerouac. Dharma Bums is one of my favorite books of all time.
How do you spell his last name?
Kerouc.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ouac. Yeah, Jack Kerouac. Yeah. Yeah, phenomenal writer. Seriously, for the 60s and 70s, the beatnik generation. So yeah, I thought he was phenomenal. Oprah Winfrey. Couldn't have a list of influential Americans without Oprah.
Absolutely.
I mean, her, my God. I mean, she's a lot more behind the scenes now, of course. But when she was when Oprah was on, I mean, my God, she was untouchable. She was,
Hey, Smith, look under your chair, see what you won.
Exactly. how many careers, for better or for worse, but how many careers were started from just being a guest on her show, right? I mean,
Dr. Oz.
Yeah, exactly.
Oprah.
Dr. Phil.
Yeah. But yeah, I think she definitely needs to be on there. 2 music artists. Woody Guthrie. I had to put Woody Guthrie on there as well. Woody had to be on there. And Kurt Cobain. I had to put Cobain on there. So wasn't around for long. He wasn't wasn't around for long at all. But I mean, God, if you lived through the early 90s, you know how much he changed music. I mean, my God, he was the transition from the 80s hair metal right into what
the needed transition.
Yeah, into what 90s music became. So,
Oh,
anyways, yeah, Kerouac, Oprah Winfrey, Woody Guthrie, and Kurt Cobain. Those are my 4.
Love it.
Okay.
So 15, we got Horace Mann, Nat Turner, who you mentioned last time up. I have Dred Scott.
Ooh, great one.
Interesting.
Yeah, kind of literally opened up the entire country to slavery for a short period of time.
You don't have Roger Taney?
Right, dramatically sped up racing towards the Civil War. And then I have James Dewey Watson, discoverer of the double helix DNA.
That's a good one. I
That's a really good one.
forgot about him. Yep. Still kicking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like 92 or something insane.
All right.
All
Brandon.
right, so this is where I had the Wright brothers. Then I
Okay.
had Ernest Hemingway,
Nice.
Robert Gould Shaw.
Ooh.
Ooh.
All right. Massachusetts 54th. Good job, buddy.
Yep,
Yeah, how about that?
extremely influential. And then Smedley Butler.
Oh,
Medley Butler
Yeah.
possibly saved the United States from the Wall Street coup. Good job.
I
Yep.
can't believe I forgot to add Smedley.
That is a great. We would have had a fascist take over the United States government way before the, way before the current one, and Smedley Butler single-handedly stopped it. Man, way to be. Smedley.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has one of the great quotes.
I think he needs to be on this bracket. I think Smedley needs to be on this bracket,
I
guys.
agree.
I
100%.
do too. His quote is, "For 33 years, I was a goon for the military state or something like that. I can't remember. You can look it up, but awesome."
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I'm good.
No, okay. My 15 seeds, I had William Jennings Bryan.
Good job.
Who,
Yeah.
even though he lost every presidential election he was in, he did serve in the cabinet of Woodrow Wilson, but more importantly, was a leader of the populist movement, which turned into the greater progressive movement. Someone who probably had more charisma than the vast majority of Americans who ever lived, in terms of just being able to persuade people to get kind of like inspire people to be greater than they were before. Like just the way he was able to inspire so many, a wide range in terms of diverse group of amounts of people from around the country. He was able to unite, was impressive. And then I have Michael Jackson and Steven
one.
Spielberg hasn't came up yet.
Yeah.
I think, especially if you look at his works in the 1980s, 1990s, I think it was another golden age of cinema, and I think he's a big reason why.
Well, Steven Spielberg was he had a lot of hands in a lot of different pies. Like directors would send him their movies before, and he would edit and give suggestions without any credit.
Right. Yeah, we don't even know how much impact he's had actually to this day. We'll probably learn more in the coming years, like long after he dies, actually, because he his passion for the art form, I think, kind of motivated him to do stuff like that. But yeah, born in Cincinnati too. Okay, and
I did, but I forgot.
Hillary Clinton is my other one, 15 seed, who, obviously being the first, she won more votes than any other female in American history for president by far. True. And she even won more than her main opponent, as a matter of fact. And then her influence even as a first lady. Who else said? Someone else said Hillary Clinton.
I had her earlier. Yeah.
What did you have her ranked as?
7, maybe a little high, but I think she had a lot of influence in the past 30 years, so I put her up there.
Yeah, I mean, if it came to her and Michelle Obama, because didn't you also mention Michelle Obama?
Yeah.
I think she easily would be higher than Michelle Obama. I would agree. Okay. All right. Let's
Okay,
close
so
it out
how
with the
we-
rest of our 6. We're doing
Oh.
first.
The final round.
All right. So we got what, 16, yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So this is where I got Henry David Thoreau.
Thoreau.
Jimi Hendrix.
Nice.
Had to put Hendrix up there. Absolutely. Another in the music, Berry Gordy.
Haha, that's a good one.
Yeah, one of the most obviously influential.
Oh yeah.
And this one just I had to put her up there. Just one of my favorite. And I know it's look, it's not about favoritism or not, but you know what? This is one of my favoritism picks. Fannie Lou Hamer.
Oh
Sick and tired. I had to throw Fannie Lou Hamer on there, man. So,
Good call.
I would have felt bad if I didn't. Loved her. So,
Yeah.
those are my last ones: Thoreau, Hendrix, Berry Gordy, and Fannie Lou Hamer. So,
All right. When you had mentioned Woody Guthrie, I was like, oh man. But I put a little lesser known, but same thing. Pete Seeger.
oh, nice.
Yeah. Doing a little Pete Seeger there. Also, DeWitt Clinton, Erie Canal, New York politician.
Good one.
That really transformed westward travel. And Michael Jackson.
That's
And
the second
then
one.
a name I'm sure nobody else has on there. And I know this is a generational pick for me because I love space exploration has always been kind of something that I love. And being a teacher, Krista McAuliffe had a
Was
huge
she on the
impact.
Challenger?
Yeah.
She was on Challenger. Yeah.
Yep. I remember following her all through, when she got selected to the program.
Yeah.
And
She was
man,
the
that's
teacher that
something
went
that
on. Yeah.
stuck with me. That's a personal pick for me right there.
Yep. Understandable.
Awesome.
All right, for my 16, I had Steven Spielberg, Harvey Milk,
Nice.
Daniel Boone.
Great
Go
pick.
How about that?
No Daniel Boone yet. And then Helen Keller.
Nice.
She was an honorable mention on mine too. So was Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett. Yeah, Helen Keller for sure. Good call.
You could say that without Daniel Boone, there was not the westward expansion.
Right.
Later. So I would be. He was an honorable mention for me too, but I think maybe we should try to put him on this bracket.
I agree.
I would agree.
I made a video about him too, so I'm a little biased. I always, if I got to get a shirt that says that. I made a video about that.
That's
I already
amazing.
made one.
Oh, did you? Oh, capitalize on that. Okay, my 16 seeds are Daniel Webster. Speaking of Daniels.
Yep, good choice.
So one of the greatest senators of all time. I think, he had big influence, especially in Congress. But in terms of, he was always kind of boldly speaking out against slavery to slave owners, like just to their faces, like saying, "You guys are morally wrong." Getting like very courageous dude as well. In addition to being good at talking. Gloria Steinem.
Oh,
she was an honorable mention. I had her on my list, and she didn't make the final cut, but yeah, great choice.
Yeah, I mean, I also had Betty Friedan as well. I think Friedan was more influential than Steinem, but so I would probably prefer Friedan. But and then, oh gosh, lost my spot. Oh, Henry George.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is one that I know that you guys are not going to be for, but I made a video about him as well. And Georgism was the game Monopoly was made by his followers. Like they were, so his big idea was the land use tax, the single tax on land, unimproved land. So not property tax. This is a different thing. But it was a whole movement like that he started. That's why they were called Georgists. And he was like next to Mark Twain, the biggest celebrity of his era in the 1890s. He was like a household name. And then after he died, everybody forgot about him. It's kind of crazy. But with the Gen Z, there's a little bit of a revival going on with him. So he might, if he were to make this bracket, he might be a Cinderella, is what I'm saying. No, yeah. Nice. Okay, you might want
Good
to show
choice.
them. See, there's a shirt. I have a video about that. All right. And
Mr.
finally,
Bean has a shirt that says, "I already did that."
Make it a reversible one.
Yeah.
Malcolm X was my last one. So,
Okay.
which I think has everybody mentioned Malcolm X?
I had him quite early on. I had him as a 6 seed.
I had him at 11.
I didn't have him.
Well, I think he should probably make the bracket since three.
Yeah, 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Let's try to do this.
Yeah.
I know this is tough, but you have to go to work tomorrow, and I do too, I guess. But
Yeah.
What's the best way?
So we left off with the 9 seeds.
Okay.
Okay.
I know. Rosa Parks. Simon gets it.
There we go.
Come on.
Right.
I'm going to make another plea for John Brown. John Brown. What?
I'm heavy on John Brown. Yes.
Look, I don't have John Brown on my list, but he was on my list. And you know what I mean? So I have no problem putting John Brown and Rosa Parks being put on that list for sure. You know, neither one were on my list, but again, I see space for both of them. So
Okay. Now the question is how high? Because I mean, I had him as a number 2, and I understand I'm very biased, but I mean, in terms of him being caught at Harper's Ferry, and that's like literally his execution was a major cause of the Civil War.
sure.
Plus, the fact that he inspired all this fear out in Kansas in the 1850s, where
Well, Kansas, yeah, that also was a major, step towards the Civil War because now we're starting to get
Yeah.
blood, So now,
Yeah.
I mean, sure, he played a major role in 2 major incidents that led to the Civil War.
Because you could say Bloody Kansas was the true first rise to arms between the North and the South, substantively.
Absolutely,
pretty cool.
Potawatomi for sure. Yeah,
how high would you be willing to go for him for Brown on this bracket?
influential. I mean, look, he's. Did we? All right, so let me ask you this: do we have Harriet Beecher Stowe on there?
We do.
And what number did she start? Where was she?
Oh goodness gracious!
Right here.
4 seed.
4.
She had a 4 seed.
Yeah.
And we're looking at 9s.
Yeah.
I don't see 9 being too high for John Brown. I think that's
Neither
fair.
do I.
I'm good with 9.
Yeah, that's a fair
Sure.
spot for John Brown.
Awesome. Okay. Let's go.
Hey, Mr. B, did you make a video about John Brown?
Yeah, I did. As a matter of fact. Couple of them.
That was great. That genuine excitement that you just had right there that made my heart fill.
Yeah. We need a lot more. Okay, what else we got? We have 3 more number 9 seeds.
Okay.
Do we still have Jackie Robinson?
No, he got on there already.
Huh? We don't?
We don't have him on there. No.
Oh, I thought we did. Okay. No, we got to put him
You
on
sure?
there.
Oh yeah, wait, no, we do. I remember.
You're right. So it was
Okay.
a 7 seed. Okay.
Okay. Where are we? We're at 9, you said, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. We had 2 Harvey Milks.
yeah.
We did. We had 2 Horace Manns.
We had 2 Horace Manns. We had 2 Malcolm X's.
We had 2 Crazy Horses. No,
Mhm.
just 1 Crazy Horse.
2 crazy horses.
No, 2 Crazy Horses. We're starting to sound crazy ourselves.
That'd be a great band name.
It would be.
crazy horse.
Too crazy.
Out of context. Did anyone else say Earl Warren?
No, but I would not be opposed at all to throwing him on as a high rank on that list.
Absolutely.
I think
Okay.
it's actually, I think that's kind of called for, to be
Earl
honest.
Warren.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Earl
all
Warren to the
Earl
9?
Warren to the 9 spot's got to go. I think that's
Heck
I'm on
yeah. Okay, let's do it. Earl Warren is a 9. Doesn't matter. I bet you a lot of folks are going to be Googling these names that we have on the board. So,
hope so.
Yeah, hopefully that's right. That's
Yeah,
the
for
point.
sure.
Get them
I've
searching.
written down a few names myself tonight.
Yeah,
Quite a few.
definitely. A couple of you mentioned Robert Fulton. What Fulton was?
Yes. Steamboat.
Steamboat. Yep.
What did you
Yeah.
rank him again?
I had him.
I had 10.
I didn't have him, but
I had 9.
9 and 10. Okay.
yeah, I didn't have him, but I wouldn't be opposed.
See,
How many of you guys
thank
had-
God for Kurt Cobain because Robert Fulton was one of those hair metal guys. Apparently, he helped rid ourselves of.
How many of you guys had George Marshall?
I think we all had George Marshall, or most
I
of
didn't.
us.
So is
I
George
didn't,
Marshall?
but I'm cool putting him on.
Yeah.
I missed him.
He
Yeah.
played a significant role. I mean, he was huge.
Yeah,
I had him as a number 3.
I had
He's
13.
got to be a single digit.
Okay. Then you're okay. You're okay with George Marshall being a 9 seed?
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
After all, he had a plan.
once she writes it down, there's
We're not biased or anything.
Go ahead.
okay. We have one more 9 seed to fill.
Okay.
I know I'm the only one that brought him up, but Smedley Butler. Just putting it out there.
I don't think that high. I think it's too high.
Yeah.
I do think he should be on the bracket
He
though.
should definitely be on the bracket, though.
No one else had Elvis.
No.
Just me. Okay.
I feel like he stole too much. Not
He
gonna lie.
stole black music.
I think he stole a lot of music
No.
from black musicians.
Yeah,
Fair.
Appropriation. Yeah.
Yeah.
but I did originally have him on my list.
I could see why he's on, he would be on a list. I get that. But I got a little personal animosity there, I guess.
Okay. We still
Did
have
we-
Steve Jobs as well.
Did we bracket Malcolm X yet?
No.
No. Where'd y'all have Malcolm X again?
I had Malcolm in number 6 seed. So I had him really
Love
early
it.
on.
Oh, I had him at 16. No one else had him at all, though, is a problem.
Okay.
Yes, we
Yeah,
probably
throwing it out there.
I was also thinking, where was it? I lost it. Oh, no one else had Betty Friedan.
No,
Yep.
Okay.
But I would advocate for her going on.
Okay. Make a note of
Absolutely.
these things.
Are we still on 9s?
Yeah. We Rosa Parks. I mean, a lot of the audience has been chiming in about Rosa Parks.
Look, man, I think if she deserves a 9 spot. I'm not
I have absolutely, without
Yeah.
a doubt.
I don't
mean,
think
how
there's any
she
reason-
slipped by some of our brackets.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Right.
we're picking 64 people, but obviously, after reflecting about that,
Okay.
9.
Well, she's already wrote it down. So again,
Sorry,
there is no
everyone.
turning back. Once it's
Yeah,
a permanent marker on this
So we're
board.
at 10s now.
We're at 10s. So
Jeez, Louise.
can you tell a joke for Indu? Thanks for your
no.
membership, Indu.
Anybody have a joke?
I'm trying
I
to
wish-
figure this out.
I did a few hours ago. That's my joke.
Come on, Mr. B.
I want to know what her troubles are.
It's just that they bought a membership, I think. Here, let me see.
Very
That's
sad.
a great thing. Beat appreciates it. I'm trying to think of a joke for her though. Oh man.
I think Steve Jobs. I vote for Steve Jobs for 10 seed.
Okay. I had
Agree
him.
with that?
I had him as an 8, so I'm all right with that.
I still want to vote for him.
I didn't have him, but if Bill Gates is on there, Steve Jobs has to also be somewhere on there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm good with the 10.
Okay.
Steve
Maybe we
Jobs?
should poll the audience on that though, because it does feel a little weird ranking them that high. But
Okay.
And it seems that we're getting a little too computer heavy too. Like we need to diversify.
Sure.
Okay, what numbers?
10, 11, or 12. Come on now. We need to get this right.
All right, you can vote now.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
All right, so
We're on the 10 seeds.
we're on the 10 seeds. Any other Well, we had 2 Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
2 Michael Jacksons. Okay.
I mean, look, I don't think a 10 seed is too high up for Michael Jackson. That guy was. I mean, just because people are more contemporary doesn't mean they didn't have crazy influence.
Right.
Yeah.
Crazy influence.
I mean, Michael Jackson was the most popular person in the world for many years.
For a long
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes a lot to set your hair on fire while on stage.
Yeah,
All right.
I think
Michael Jackson.
And not trying to clump our Michaels together, but Michael Jordan, I mean, arguably the best professional athlete of all time.
If we get in the same bracket, though, that would have been, unless we.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Ooh, 2 Michaels in the same bracket.
Yeah. But
That's okay. We can spread them out. Spread out the MJs.
oh yeah.
Okay, so Michael Jordan also a 10 seed. Are we cool with that?
I'm down.
I think so.
What does that guy look like? Oh yeah, there he is. Okay.
Michael Jordan.
A guy I grew up watching every day. So John Muir, we also thought that should be on here, but is 10 too high for John Muir? Because I know one of you or 2 of you didn't have him on the bracket. Was it 2 of you?
Have him on there.
But his name was brought up over and over and over and over this evening. I think that is worthy of some consideration.
Yeah, I mean, look, being the father of the national park system is pretty big. I mean, that's pretty big. So
Yeah.
That's the poll doing for them.
Oh yeah.
Looks like Steve Jobs, there's a debate going on either between 10 and 12. So he's a polarizing figure.
Yeah.
I'm glad we did this.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah. They skipped right over 11.
He might have to be an 11.
True.
Why don't we just go right in the middle? Yeah.
Yeah. Steve Jobs is going at 11. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, that works.
How about John Muir as another 10, though? Are we cool with that?
I'm cool with that.
Yep.
You're
That's
just
fine.
like, I need to get to bed. Let's just start agreeing with it. Whatever Mr. Beat says.
Just write it on the board.
Okay. Then what?
This guy, John Muir, is a 10.
10. John.
Bill Gates, you better watch out. Muir.
Yeah.
It's Muir time.
M-U-I-R.
Okay, let's keep it going. We have, I think, one more 10 seed to go.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Are you not putting Oprah down?
I didn't. I had Oprah as an honorable mention.
Oh. Fred Rogers.
Also an honorable mention.
Uh,
Here's my other honorable mentions, by the way. I should just say all the rest of them.
Yeah.
John Harvey Kellogg, thanks to a Knowing Better video, convinced me on that. Arnold Schwarzenegger, although he's naturalized, he wasn't born in the United States. Francis Perkins, Douglas MacArthur, George Patton, Frank Sinatra, Thomas Nast, Boss Tweed. Yeah,
Boss Tweed. That's an interesting. Yeah, we've got a lot. So there's definitely. I think where we're running into trouble is we got a lot of one-offs. So
What about Sitting Bull? Did we? Are we comfortable putting Sitting Bull pretty high, or?
I would be.
Yeah, I had him as my number 5, so I'm cool.
Oh, okay.
I would totally.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I have him as number 8. Oh, heck yeah! So Sitting Bull.
Then yeah, for sure.
Stupid
We
question.
have to
Henry
look at
Clay,
our-
is he up there?
He's not up here. We better double check.
no, I don't remember.
No Sitting Bull.
Mm-mm.
All right, cool. That was easy.
Where do we have Clay since you found him?
Henry Clay we had at a 5 seed.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, so
I still think. I mean, I think. All right, so we're still on the 10s.
we are done with 10s. Now we're on 11s.
Okay.
Except we already have one. We have Steve Jobs is 11.
So okay,
We
so
need
that's
3
one.
more.
I mean, I had Sinatra on my list. I know that you had him as an honorable mention. I don't know if that matters. I don't know if that's too high up.
Yeah. It's,
Is Sojourner Truth on there yet? I know many of us mentioned her,
I had Sojourner at a 7. I don't know if she's on the board yet, though.
and I had her as a 9.
Okay, I think that's a good one. That's another honorable mention I had.
Okay.
Sojourner Truth.
Yeah,
not on
that's a
there.
great choice.
So you
Okay,
wanna
I'm
add
okay with her
11?
being an 11. Ooh, that's a cool photo
Where's
of
the
her.
11? Okay.
Yeah.
It is.
Did we?
Yes.
Did Muhammad Ali make it to the bracket yet?
Oh no!
And Malcolm X?
If Michael
No.
Jordan's is up here, we probably should put Muhammad Ali.
Absolutely.
SOJ.
So we'll do Muhammad Ali 11 seed as well.
Okay.
So do Muhammad Ali for the other.
Do we get Samuel Morse up there? Because I know 2 of us mentioned him.
Oh my gosh, I'm spelling it wrong.
Oh, what was that?
Samuel Morse.
Morse. I forgot about Morse
Yeah.
as another.
I need.
What'd you guys rank Samuel Morse at?
I didn't have him on there, but he should have been on my list.
Wait.
I'm not gonna lie.
Look up Mohammed. I don't want to spell it right.
You guys didn't have him at all?
No, I did not, but I could see why he needs to be on the list.
Well, maybe not so high, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like,
I mean, I still honestly, I don't think it's too high for Babe Ruth either. I think Ruth is a great pick to be up there, but that's just me.
you're back.
We're back. Sorry.
No one even noticed.
Thanks. We took a nap.
We're getting there.
Were you gonna put Malcolm X on there?
Well, only 2 of us mentioned him.
Oh, okay.
You got Muhammad Ali?
Uh-huh.
So Babe Ruth as well?
I'm just throwing Babe Ruth out there.
What does everyone else think for Babe Ruth? There's one other 11 seed. Or we could ask the chat.
Babe Ruth accomplished what he accomplished with segregated sports. That's always kind of been a little knock in my book.
It's a good point.
But it doesn't say he's not influential.
And
Yeah, I mean,
maybe we could put him further down.
Sure. Yeah, I'm thinking like more or less on just pop culture and bringing the game of baseball out to the masses for sure. But no, that's a good point.
We haven't done Joseph Smith yet.
Yeah, he needs to be on there.
Yeah. If you bring Jesus to America, you should be on the list.
I mean, Jesus was in his backyard.
Pretty big thing, yeah. under his tree.
He read those stones, man.
Just what a coincidence. Yeah. So are we cool with Joseph Smith being 11? The last 11?
Cool.
Okay. We're doing it.
You know, I know he wasn't on anybody's list, but I see him in the chat. Jake, he wasn't American. Jacob Rees. He was what? From where was it? Norwegian? RIIS.
Oh, Jacob Rees.
Yeah, he wasn't American. Oh, was he? Danish American. Okay. I don't know. His How the Other Half Lives was a really influential book. Especially into the going into the Gilded Age. Yeah, just throwing that out. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, Slim Shaney. We were just talking about Babe Ruth. Not sure if you heard it, but he'll probably be further down. But we're holding off for now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is
these last few are hard, man.
They are, And I kind of also want to bring up my boy George Mason again. The reason why we have the Bill of Rights.
I'm with you on that. Absolutely.
I agree.
All right, yeah,
I think
we
you
can do
should
that.
put him on there. Were we at 11s?
We're at 12s now. So
Or 12s? Yeah, I would put him on there for sure.
okay,
Yeah.
nice.
I'd like to throw out Cyrus McCormick as well.
Going
That
back
was
to the Reaper.
The revolution of Northern agriculture because of that fed our army.
Yeah.
Forgot about Cyrus. Yeah, and 2 of you mentioned him, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You what did you rank him at?
6.
I ranked it at 7.
Oh gosh, yeah. Get Cyrus on there as a 12 seed. Cyrus McCormick could be the Cinderella.
Could be.
Could be.
All right. Any other
Well, hold on.
names to throw back out?
I'm gonna throw Bob Dylan back out there.
I didn't even put Bob Dylan in my
nomination.
my honorable mentions. I mean, I don't know.
Shame on you.
I mean, I
Shame on
love his music. Yeah, I love his. Same with Kurt Cobain. Like, I'm a huge fan. I just don't think that. I think that grunge was going to happen with or without him.
I don't know if it was going to happen with or without him. I mean, that whole Seattle area, you could make the argument, sure, that, you know, I mean, if it wasn't necessarily them, it could have been Pearl Jam, it could have been Soundgarden, you know, but I understand what you're saying. But I think because it was them, and I know a lot of people were like, you know, he didn't want the fame. I get that, but we can't ignore the fact that he was.
You know, Bob Dylan, definitely, you've changed my mind about Bob Dylan have a much better case to be on this thing than Elvis Presley. I was like, yeah, that makes more sense the more I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bob Dylan for sure is a name that, you know, I mean, the guy he won.
Let's ask the chat.
Okay.
Should Bob Dylan, just yes or no, should Bob Dylan be on this bracket? Keep it simple.
And Smith, if you're gonna have Kurt Cobain, can you rule out Dave Grohl?
You know, I was talking to somebody about that the other day.
What about if Woody's not on there, though? Woody Guthrie is not on there.
You know what? Because without Woody, it's really hard to say you have a Dylan, and I get that.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would throw a Woody on there. Sure. I mean, I agree 100%.
Didn't more than one of you put Woody Guthrie?
No, I did not. I put Pete Seeger instead. But it's in the same spirit, to be honest with you.
I'd take Woody Guthrie.
Yeah, I mean, Woody Guthrie, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. My opinion.
It's a one seed.
Bracket kills fascists.
Oh, she's already.
All right. Woody Guthrie, I think I'm convinced we should put as a 12 seed.
Cool.
Yeah, let's just do it. Woody Guthrie.
I'm sorry.
She's attacking me.
Wait a second. Don't do that.
It's very late. I don't blame her. Maya Angelou? Nobody wanted to throw on Maya Angelou?
Oh, I didn't 2 of you also bring her up?
She needs to be on there.
Okay.
Yeah, I brought her up. She was
okay. So that's 2 of us then.
She was 14 on mine.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
What about you? Who else was it Danny that brought her up?
Yeah, I had Maya Angelou at number 9.
All right, I'm okay with her being a
12.
Do we have any more 12s or?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, that's fine. That's actually another one of my honorable mentions I forgot to say.
Okay, there we go. I mean, I'm looking at all of my 1 through 7 bracket. I think are pretty much on there. George Lucas, anybody? Anybody thinking George Lucas?
Not this high. I mean, I would say if he makes it, I would say like 15 or 16. I'm sorry.
That's fair enough.
I'd take Spielberg over Lucas.
So we're at 13.
I can give you that. I could understand. Yeah, I could understand that. But I would agree. And that's maybe a 15, 16 seed. I'll give you that.
Did you not want Bob Dylan on here?
Well, we're holding on for now. Did they say yes?
You said yes.
Yeah, I just don't think we'll come back to Bob.
Walter Cronkite.
All right.
Oh, Walter Cronkite. That's one that I forgot about.
Walter Cronkite. I feel like that's a must-have.
It's a good one.
Did nobody mention that? Somebid did a super chat.
America's Newsman.
Is
Yeah.
Eli Whitney on our bracket?
Oh, Eli Whitney.
I
'Cause
think
more
he
than-
needs to be on there, whether it's good or bad, intentional or not. It's pretty influential.
And
forgot
Hubble
to
too. We still have too.
Hubble?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to get on there.
Yeah.
So here's a question: who should be higher, Hubble or Whitney?
Hubble. That's a tough one, though.
That's a really tough one.
Edwin. Oh, and look at his pipe. He's got to be higher than Eli.
Oh, this guy. Yeah. Okay.
I would say, yeah. Are we good with Edwin being?
Yeah, I'd say Hubble.
Do we have any more 12
How
seeds?
about
or-
with? Oh, no, we're at 13.
Okay, 13. Yeah. Oh, against Henry Ford in the first round.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Edwin Hubble.
Oh, jeez. See, I messed up.
Who will win, the pipe or the racism?
Okay. All right. What about Hillary Clinton, Michelle?
Two of
Obama?
us mentioned Hillary Clinton.
And I think we kind of agreed that Hillary Clinton would have a notch above Obama.
Michelle Obama, yeah, you betcha. I still want to say, fight for Jane Addams on this. Would you be willing to have Jane Addams up here somewhere?
I would put Jane Addams over Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
Okay.
That's just me.
Let's get Jane back on the screen. You just look into her eyes and tell her she's not going to make the cut.
Yeah, Jane Addams.
She was a co-founder of the ACLU.
Yes, I
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? I would put Jane Addams over.
And she's looking at us saying, "You better put me on this bracket,
That's not the
or
face
I will
you're
hit
talking
you with this glove." She's gonna smack you with the glove.
Ever been knocked out by a purse?
All right. Yeah. Sorry. I'm having too much fun with this. Okay. Are we
Yeah.
cool with putting her on the?
Yeah, I said. I mean, if I had to pick between her and Hillary, I would say Jane Addams in the second.
Okay. So Jane Addams is the 13 seed up against Norman.
Ooh, that's a
Some
tough
of these
one.
matchups are so weird.
Yeah, when I was making my brackets, man, it was just like so strange to see these two people like in a competition against each other. I was like, my God.
All right, so we got one more 13.
Two more.
Two more.
2 more 13s.
Two.
Yeah. What else we got here?
Anybody going on to Ray Kroc at all from McDonald's?
Oh, I forgot about Ray.
I mean, we can't really. I don't know. I mean, I know he didn't necessarily invent fast food, but I mean, McDonald's is about.
Well, here's the question. What about Sam Walton? Like, if you're going to mention Ray,
I
think-
agree. I
Right.
think
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
I'd
Sam
put
Walton.
Sam
for sure.
Walton above.
or maybe both of them could be 13 seeds.
I think
I
both
would
of
push
should
both of them, to be
because
honest with you.
You have Ray Kroc, who, I mean, it's a fast food franchise that we have everywhere, and Walmart's everywhere too. So
Plus, just
Yeah.
changing the fast food industry.
Sam
Yeah.
Walton.
I think McDonald's came to prominence over the entire country prior or before Walmart did.
It did.
Yeah, but I would say the two of them, you've got to put them. I would say you put them both as 13.
Okay, sure. So Ray Kroc.
Hold on.
Oh, she's doing Sam Walton first.
Okay. Ray.
Ray Kroc. Not a fan of that dude, though. Not a
No,
fan.
I agree.
no,
That movie, The Founder, really shaped my perception. I'll admit that, but it is a great movie too.
All right, 14.
I love Michael
I've
Keaton.
heard it is. I haven't seen it.
14.
Another E. Green wants Amelia Earhart. I was the only one who said Amelia Earhart.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
She was on my my honorable mentions.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't say
Okay.
that earlier.
Mine's
I
down this bracket.
I could definitely see her on that list for sure. Oh, somebody in the chat brought up Daniel Ellsberg. That's a great one.
Oh wow.
That's
Yeah.
a fantastic one. Ooh.
They're just trying to keep us up all night. That's what they're trying
Yeah, I
to do.
think so. Woo! And he just died not that long ago, right?
Yeah, he was a hero.
Yeah, he was. I'd love to see him on that list. I'm not gonna lie.
Not a pick I would assume from a wanker tanker.
2/5.
We've already done. Oh, we haven't done. Okay, oh, they didn't really want. Never mind. Margaret Sanger.
Margaret Sanger was on. Yeah, she was on my list for a little while. I didn't end up having her on the last one, but I wouldn't argue against Margaret Sanger.
Yeah.
Definitely some controversy. Definitely some controversy there. Not
Oh,
without
yeah.
controversy. We'll put it that way.
Should we put her with Eleanor?
Someone just put on Henry Kissinger, and I know that was brought up earlier on by Brandon.
That was my number 2.
That's some heavy influence right there.
Oh, that was your number 2.
yeah.
Yeah.
We
So
gotta
Brandon,
put Kissinger
thank
up
you
there.
for bringing that back
I think
up.
Kissinger has to be up there. I agree.
Yeah. Let's put Kissinger up first. Ah, Kissinger.
I
There
know.
was a Twitter account for Kissinger. It was like 4 years running, and it was, "Is Henry Kissinger dead yet?" And every day the
Yeah.
person would tweet out, "No," and then, not yet.
No.
Sure.
Henry Kissinger is going to be facing off against Einstein. So
Wow.
Oh God.
good luck.
Wow.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. So we have 3 more 14 seeds now.
You know, we got the dog catcher brought up William Levitt, which is not a bad idea either. You know, especially I'm from Long Island, which is where Levittown was.
You know.
But yeah, the creation of the suburbs as well as
Citizens?
you know, de facto
Very
segregation
nice.
that happened there
Yeah,
as well.
he did redlining, didn't he?
Yeah, well, that's
Wow.
it redlined the hell out of that place. That's where so much de facto segregation and housing segregation in the United States comes a lot from the suburbs. So that's not a bad pick either.
Yeah, I don't think that's entirely like to pin that back to Levittown. I think it was more.
No, what I'm saying, the creation of the suburbs certainly played into that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know,
Well,
what I'm saying, as far as the influence sphere, you know what I mean? So I'm not blaming him.
it wasn't like it wasn't the only suburb. They didn't call it that back then. I think there were other things resembling suburbs before
Yeah.
Levittown. Is I guess what I'm.
He
trying
was
to
the
say.
one that was essentially creating a lot of the cookie cutter molds between there and Pennsylvania, Levittown, Pennsylvania.
Oh, Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, there he is, William. Do we want to come back to Walter Cronkite?
I think Cronkite deserves to be up there.
He was on my my list at one
Notable.
point. My notables, yeah.
I can't. I'm so tired. I can't even type in their names anymore. I'm okay with putting Walter as another 14 seed.
With
I agree.
Roosevelt or Andrew Carnegie.
Let's have him go against Andrew. Yeah.
Or Susan B. Anthony, though. No,
I've seen Billy Graham pop up a few times.
Oh, Billy Graham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
wait, Cronkite.
Definitely a very influential figure.
Billy Graham is a really good choice.
Good point. Someone said if Oprah's inked, Walter should be as well. I don't think we've inked Oprah yet, but he should definitely be on the list if Oprah is, for sure.
Yeah.
Let's revisit these. We have Brigham Young still,
Okay.
but I don't know. I don't think anybody else did Brigham Young, right?
No, I had Smith, but I didn't have
Yeah.
Young.
Because it seems like much of his influence was just one specific part of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's fair. Okay. I'm Betty Friedan. I wanted to make another.
I agree with Betty Friedan. I think she should be on there.
Yeah, I could do Betty Friedan.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Let's do it. 14.
Okay, let me spell the last name.
Friedan. Looks like fried. All right, and
Did we ink Bob Dylan yet?
No,
we
not yet.
didn't. Should Bob Dylan be higher or lower than Steven Spielberg?
Ooh.
I think low. I would vote lower.
I think you should do Spielberg and Oppenheimer.
Oh, that's kind of funny, actually.
That would actually
Yeah, nothing to do with the movie. I don't think. Not that I'm aware. Sure.
Can you bring
Steven
it up?
Spielberg is a
Yeah.
14 seed. Okay.
Is that 14?
Yeah, and I think that finishes it up.
Oh, that's a 15 on this list. as
Oh,
well.
no, okay.
Is that fine?
You just really wanted to see.
Well, yeah.
Are you okay with Steven Spielberg being a 15 seed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's fine. So we still have one more 14 seed to fill.
SPIEN.
Oh, nobody said Walt Whitman. Oh,
Whitman, yeah. Absolutely.
holy crap! How could we? And
Yeah,
look at
damn.
that
God,
dude.
what a beard that
Yep.
man had.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
ridiculously influential. I would say he was actually more influential. The more I think about it, than Emerson.
Maybe.
Who do you think was more influential, Walt Whitman or Ralph Waldo Emerson? It's hard to.
Well, hard.
Who? I mean, this kind of puts us in a conundrum because we didn't put him on our bracket, and I haven't seen his name in our feed either.
Mhm.
We just kind of discovered him. So,
Yeah.
what do we want to do with that? I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, this is a big miss
Yeah, it
On all
happens
of our-
for human.
radars.
Jackie Robinson is a 7. Someone asked that.
Yeah.
You know, someone else I realized I don't think we put up here yet was J.P. Morgan.
Oh no, we didn't.
No.
Oh wow, we probably better put J.P. Morgan up here because didn't some of you bring up J.P. Morgan as well?
I did. I think
I didn't
most
have
of
him
us
on
did.
there, but I could see why. I wouldn't fight against it.
Okay, let's put him into 14.
Don't put so many.
J.P.
rich
Morgan's
people.
going up against Eleanor Roosevelt, so I think
Is it just J?
yeah, J.P. Morgan. John Pierpont Morgan.
Oh,
What a
I
name.
like that.
So yeah, we've now we only have 7 spots left to fill.
Okay.
All right.
We filled the first 15 seed with Spielberg, and now we gotta be careful here that we don't miss anybody.
Yeah.
There's also
No, we're-
Rachel Carson. I want to make another plea for.
I'd be behind
We're
Rachel
gonna miss
Carson.
somebody, that's for sure. But who it is?
Yeah, I'd get behind on Rachel Carson for sure.
Yeah, I
I'm
can
down.
do Rachel Carson.
Okay, 15 seed. Just pick one.
RACHUM.
What did we think about Billy Graham?
More I think about it, I'm like, yeah, he was pretty. Like you look at my entire lifetime, he has been kind of.
I think it's hard to deny that. I think that's a great pick. I mean, I don't know. I know,
And
it
that was
wasn't really on-
showing up in the live feed too. So a
Yeah,
lot of people said that.
It's hard to kind of argue against that, to be honest with you. I mean, whether you are, we're fan of him or not, we're talking influence.
Oh yeah.
Well, what I'm going to do, we have 6 spots left, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to write down
Names.
names here that we. So he's the first one to go down here. Are we? What about John Calhoun?
I think
I'm the only one who brought him up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah.
we'll forget him. Yeah, forget you. Lucretia Mott. Anyone else bring up Lucretia?
No.
No,
And we
Would
have
be
Anthony
Anthony.
on there. Do we have Stanton on there too?
We do.
Oh,
So-
what about Hillary Clinton and Oprah?
Who's between the two, Hillary Clinton and Oprah?
Oof, I'd go Oprah. Not gonna lie.
I'd hate to say it, but yeah, Oprah. Well, I wouldn't. I don't say I hate to say it. No, not at all. Oprah. When I think of influence, a personality of influence.
Yeah, I'd
She's
go
kind
Oprah.
of
yeah, fair.
She's
She's
still got Harpo
respected as
Studios.
well.
She's producing a ton. I mean, I
All right, I'll put her name. And then we've already put Walter Cronkite up there, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Don't forget Smedley Butler.
Medley Butler, yes.
Medley.
And
we
what
did put
about
Michael
Daniel
Jackson, correct?
Boone?
Michael Jackson is up there.
Yep, and Michael Jackson's up there.
All right, cool.
And what about Daniel Boone? What do you guys think?
Oh my
Ooh.
gosh.
Yeah.
Daniel Boone, I would say
Yep.
I'm strong.
I agree.
Strong. Yes, but let's wait.
One, two,
Because we got 6 spots or 7.
5, 6. Because I already put somebody up here.
Oh.
So 16, 16, 16, and 16, and 2 15s.
So we got 6 spots. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We still got Bob Dylan. Right?
Did we put Oprah down yet?
We didn't.
Who is that? Say again.
Oprah. Do we have her on there yet?
She's not on there, but she's on. What I'm doing is I'm coming up with a tentative list of,
Gotcha.
and then we'll.
Do you see Bob Dylan?
No, he's not up there. What about a couple of you said George Patton, Ryan?
Yeah, I did.
How high did you have George Patton?
13.
Okay, he just missed the bracket for me. How does anybody else want to chime in about Patton? Or are you kind of meh?
Bob Ross.
I'm kind of meh on him, and I'm not taking anything away from him, but I mean, he died right at the end of the war, and I think the majority of his influence, right, was very much wartime influence. I mean, I don't know. That's just me.
Well, I think his influence came because he revolutionized how America uses tanks, and the tank was throughout the Cold War, throughout both Iraq wars, and still kind of influential now. It's going out of fashion, but it's created American doctrine.
That's not bad. Hey, that's a good argument. I'll give you that. Yeah,
we're kind of military light anyway on this bracket.
We are.
Okay, I put his name in the
pacifist on here. Did we put Medley Butler on? Did he make it on?
Not
I
officially.
think he's on this short list.
He's on the short list.
We also have Morse still.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and did we put Eli? We put Eli Whitney, right?
We better have Eli on there. He's got to be on there.
I don't
Just
remember
making
writing
sure.
it.
Just making sure.
I don't remember writing it. I don't think so.
Oh goodness.
Oh,
Well, he's got to go on.
All right. I think just from those, put Eli and then.
I would just put him for sure. Yeah, put him at one of the 15s. I'm surprised we didn't put him up. We must have missed that. He probably should be ranked higher, to be honest.
a lot of names flying around though.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Eli Whitney will be squaring off against Thomas Paine.
Hit him with his pamphlet.
Eli Whitney. Sorry.
I just want to make sure I spell it right.
Oh.
Whitney, I think.
Wait, no, it's not. It's not okay.
So we have 4 spots, right? 5 spots. And we have 7 names. Although we could have more on here. Any other names you want to throw on this tentative list?
Read them real quick.
Who we got now is Billy Graham, Oprah Winfrey, Smedley Butler, Daniel Boone, Bob Dylan, George Patton, and Samuel Morse.
Ooh, those are good.
So wait, 1, 2, 3.
That would have to have Billy Graham on there.
5. You can only have 5.
We didn't mention Douglas MacArthur either.
You gotta.
So, yep.
Yeah.
With 64 spots, this is what I mean.
I'm not a fan of MacArthur.
I'm not either.
Somebody
But
said
yeah.
Andy Warhol, Dr. Dre.
I think we should stick to what we've had on our.
Malcolm
bracket.
X is another one we could sneak on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to
No.
see Malcolm X on there, to be honest.
Okay.
That's,
Well,
I
we might have to
personally-
get some audience input here.
Yeah, I mean, Malcolm X was on two of our lists.
Maybe we'll let the audience pick the last. I don't know. Up to you. It's your show.
It's our show.
That would be interesting, though, to see what they would pick for the last few spots out of that list.
And
Oh, you know what?
we're too scared of Margaret Sanger.
Why don't we pick a number 15 and then we can
Dude,
put
for the last
16 up on.
Okay, so of all these names, who would you like to see as a 15? Billy Graham, Oprah Winfrey, Smedley Butler, Daniel Boone, Bob Dylan, George Patton, Samuel Morse, or Malcolm X?
That's a tough one.
This is true subjectivity right here.
This is all subjectivity, absolutely.
I kind of lean towards George Patton. Or no, Daniel Boone. Yeah, Daniel
I'm
Boone.
thinking Boone as well.
I was
I'd go
between
Boone.
Boone and Billy Graham, so maybe Boone.
I'd
Smith,
go
what do you
Boone.
think?
Okay. we're
Yeah,
going for
I
that.
could go Boone on that one.
Good old Daniel Boone. Then they're going to be like, well, why don't you put Davy Crockett?
All
We
right.
didn't mention him. That's why.
Because
Okay, so the rest of these, we're going to throw these out to the
So, and then the top 4, we can just do 16.
Mitch McConnell.
okay. I mean, Mitch McConnell, seriously, a lot of influence.
Especially after the whole Robert Bork incident, you know?
Okay.
After
just
Bork-
do,
Well, you got to turn him back on first.
two,
Well, they can only vote for one.
right. So do 2 separate polls, maybe. How many options can you have?
I don't know. I'm going to find out.
We're going to find
Andrew,
out.
Muhammad Ali is in there. We
Yeah.
got him in there, don't worry.
Good.
This is purely scientific the way we're doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt.
I mean, I was looking at like I said at the beginning of the stream, I looked at social media and it heavily influenced. I went back and made some changes, and then
Me too. Sure.
Yeah, so
3 and or
4. Can you get another one? All right. So what Mrs. B is going to do is she's going to send out 2 polls because we can't put all of them in one poll.
Well, oh yeah, we can't. It's 4. All right.
So you want to do the second poll after that one's done?
Mhm.
Okay.
This is
So-
exciting. This is the most exciting part, I think.
This is kind of like a little bit like ranked choice voting in some ways because like
This is great.
whoever's the lowest ranked is going to be eliminated. Come on now, everybody vote. We're looking at the polls here. We need your input. I think there's some Smedley fans here. Oh, look at that. We love you, Mrs. B. That's really aw.
Well, I don't see it.
that.
Aw.
She needs a validation. Okay. Oh, poor Vanderbilt never. Yeah, we're done with the robber barons. Sorry.
Yeah.
Any more super chats that you needed to?
Oh,
look
super
up?
chats. Oh no. Thank you for everyone contributing though. Looks like we've got a close one at the end between Smedley Butler and Bob Dylan.
Wow.
How many votes should we go to?
I would say at least 100. Come on now.
Okay, please vote.
We're going to do elimination here.
Well, there's 236 people watching, so
Oh, they can't vote on Twitter, can they? A lot
I
of
don't
these
think
viewers
so.
are on Twitter right now. Or Twitch.
yeah, there was like 2,000.
That's the
on
problem. I can't do
Twitter.
the polls on other platforms. So we're only getting a come over to the YouTube side and vote in that poll.
Oh, did it stop on Twitter? I don't know. Okay.
Well, Oprah.
Okay, Oprah.
It looks like Oprah's going to be moving on.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, Nicholas. And Smedley's not doing very well though.
Who's not doing well?
No.
Smedley Butler.
Oh no.
Okay, and 4 more votes. I'll stop.
I would say, yeah. So
One more. One
exciting. Someone's like logging
There it
into
is.
the other account.
Right.
101.
more. Okay, got it.
Smedley is off, but then there's a tie for second. So sorry, Smedley. That sucks. Oprah's
know.
definitely going up here, though.
Name
Oprah's
recognition.
going in.
Name recognition.
Okay,
That's
Bob
okay.
didn't make it.
Keep Billy and Bob in there.
Write the percentages down just so we know it. I don't know why. 34, 24, and 24. Okay, who are the other ones?
George Patton.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 T's in Patton.
Smedley did this.
Speaking of which, shout out to
YTF is Bob
Paul
Dylan.
Patton, who's a
There
relative
you go, Smith. There's
runs
a
the
person
channel.
right there.
cynical historian.
I don't think anybody.
No one heard what I just said.
Nope.
George Patton is a distant relative of Cynical Historian, if you know that channel.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, he has a whole video about it. He has conflicting
That's
views of
pretty
his
cool.
relative. Okay,
All right.
the other poll is going out now. We'll do the same thing to 100 votes at least. Go ahead and write Oprah Winfrey's as a 16 seed.
Billy Corrigan.
Ken Burns is not a bad idea. That's a pretty
it's
good one.
messing up.
Ken Burns.
Okay, there goes.
Okay,
All right.
so Oprah Winfrey for sure is one of the.
Nice.
Who was Smedley
Oh,
Button? Look him up.
All right.
Oh, Yaga.
Congratulations, Oprah.
Okay.
We knew you could do
Is
it.
she going against Ben Franklin, Harriet Tubman, MLK, or Frederick Douglass?
You pick. Go for it.
I don't. Well, you tell me.
I think she always dreamed of going up against Harriet Tubman.
This is like celebrity death match.
Knock off
Oh yeah, don't not. Okay, so Ben Franklin. There you go. She never liked Ben Franklin. Well, it's all about the Benjamins though. She made a lot of money.
Yep.
Uh,
Okay, we're at 70 votes. Malcolm is holding a pretty steady lead here.
I see that.
Good.
Let's get your vote. Okay. Morris is not. I don't think Morris is going to make it.
All right, 81, 82.
Yeah, Patton's holding up pretty
Patton
well.
makes a crazy comeback now.
Well, Malcolm X looks like.
Looks like Malcolm X is taking one of those spots.
Yeah.
We're all just staring at the poll.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
There it is.
End.
Okay, Malcolm X is on the board. We have. How about Malcolm X against Frederick Douglass?
Ooh.
Oh my God, no! Against MLK
Doesn't-
Jr.
Sound right.
That's exactly how I drew it up in my bracket.
Yeah, I
MLK
think
Jr.
that's
versus
how it
Malcolm
needs
X,
to be.
baby. Hey, they got along for the most part. People think
They did. Towards the end, they got along very well.
They did.
it's just Malcolm and X. Come on.
There's 2 L's. It messes me up.
Malcolm
So, what?
See, she's a normal person. She's a normal person, and I'm the weird dork that gets into this stuff.
See, look, they only put 1 L.
It was destiny.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 2 more. I think what we should do is we have just to make sure we get this right. Let's just put the final 4 names on there, and the top 2 will move on. So we've got again one more poll. Sorry, one more. I love this democracy in action.
Okay.
Yeah. Spiro Agnew.
Spiro Agnew.
We got Oprah Winfrey.
Well,
Oh no, she's already on there.
Oprah's already on there.
Yeah, so Bob Dylan, sorry, I forgot to cross that one out.
Come on, Bob.
Okay.
And George Patton. We could throw another one on just to mess things up.
No, it's okay.
It's
John
12:20.
Kellogg.
Yeah.
All right,
Party.
please vote.
Billy Graham.
Yeah, Billy Graham gets to an early start. Oh.
Oh, we forgot Ida Wells too.
Why are they laughing?
Did Ida Wells not make it?
No, I don't think so.
Multiple people had Ida Wells, right?
Oh,
Now I'm screwing things up again.
Close.
oh, Patton's pulling ahead.
Hey, who had Ida Wells on your bracket?
I had Ida Wells in mine.
What
I
was
had
she ranked?
Ida Wells on mine. At
Okay, well, crap. What did you have him? What did you have Ida ranked?
11.
I had Ida. I had her as a number 11.
Then we might just have to take the top one off of this poll.
Yeah, then we
Yeah, I think that's
put
what
in
we're doing.
Ida, then we take out the top one off the poll. Yeah, which looks like it's Billy Graham.
Dang it, George! I was rooting for
What do you
George.
mean the top? Oh,
Oh, it's close though. It's close. Hold up, Billy. Are you going to win?
I think Billy's got it. We're all staring at the screen intently. There it is.
Okay.
Billy Graham.
Billy Graham and Ida Wells.
Yes.
Final two.
The
4
bracket.
And 20
It's
minutes.
full.
Ida against Frederick.
We made it. Now we gotta.
Wow.
Now we got to do a second bracket.
That's right. The NIT, right?
Tomorrow is going to be a very long day at work.
Uh,
Yeah.
So thank you guys for doing this. The bracket is filled out.
This was so much fun.
Thank you, Mrs. Beat,
Yeah.
for helping me do this.
Yes, Mrs. Beat, guys. Honestly, thank you, Mrs. Beat, for real.
yeah.
Thank you.
This is what it looks like here. It's all, if you want to, I don't know.
That's
screen-
impeccable handwriting.
I'll take a
Wow.
picture of it and put it on.
Yeah, we'll get this out.
Oh, the community tab too.
We'll get this so everyone can
And
see it.
Discord. You
But,
can go on Discord.
So how this is going to work? First of all, it's kind of crazy. Like, I mean, overwhelmingly African Americans on this bracket. I just got to say it. Like, I bet you. Just to, it says a lot. We all knew it anyway, but like as far as African American influence on this country is just unbelievable, and it's good to see it like this because many of them weren't. And they weren't politicians, but they had tremendous influence over politicians. Anyway, back to how this is going to work. We are going to post these on my Discord server, which is in the description of this video or the pinned chat comment that you see at the top there if you're on the right-hand side. If you use that link, it takes you to the Discord server. There's a channel on there labeled March Madness. And on Thursday, when the actual March Madness tournament begins with college basketball, we will also open this up for you to vote. And we'll keep updates on there. But from this point forward, this is all you, the viewer, to decide and, spread the word about this to friends and family if they want to have a say, because I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Definitely.
Okay.
All right.
A lot
And
of fun, guys.
subscribe. Well, check out their podcasts. So Smith up there has a podcast called The Story of Ellipses, and just search it on Spotify. Actually, I put a link in the description already for.
Thanks, buddy.
And then also there's FDR's Wheelchair, their podcast. Please check it out. There's also a link down below. And yeah, thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah, that was fun. Thanks a lot.
That was a lot of fun.
I'm sorry.
Creative and exciting and good discussion. I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes.
It's an honor. Absolute honor. Thank you, guys.
As well. Okay. Well, everyone watching, thank you so much, and enjoy your week.
All right. Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Bye.